Bäh, bäh. So, Xbox, ne? Xbox Game Pass. Valheim gibt es auch jetzt im Game Pass. Despots Game. Schalt mal um. Psst, 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 psst. Was ist Despots Game? Bro. Was ist los, Bro? Guck mal, da bald neu im Game Pass. 21.10. Wer das nicht spielt, ne? Moonscars. Das könnte man sich auch eventuell mal angucken. Aber dafür würde ich mir davon. Ja, wenn es im Game Pass ist, kannst du ja auch mal eben Dingens einmal eben anspielen, ne? Ansonsten vielleicht mal noch einen Test gucken oder so. Muss es nicht direkt ankommen, wenn ich dir sage, doch? Ich dachte, hallo? Kannst du es nicht sagen, wenn du es nicht auch ernst meinst, Bro? Wir haben das jetzt ziemlich ernst genommen. Wollte jetzt extra für dich online kommen. So, Musik schon wieder aus.
Danganronpa.
Was machen wir dann? Nee, ich hatte das schon so reingeschrieben. Ich heute noch ein bisschen mit Danganronpa weiter spiele. Didele. Didele. So. Yes. Na. Ja, sorry. Habe ich schon so gesagt gehabt quasi. Wir müssen hier mal weiterkommen. So, ich weiß jetzt gerade nicht genau, wo ich bin. Oder was ich machen muss. Also ich weiß, wir haben die beiden Leichen. Die von Dings. Na gut, dann nicht. Viel Spaß. Ja, danke trotzdem auf jeden Fall. Ich weiß, wir haben die beiden Leichen und die Dingens. Wir müssen jetzt quasi investigieren, untersuchen oder so. Aber ich weiß ja gerade nicht, wo wir was untersuchen müssen. Justice Hammer 4 und was wir jetzt schon genau untersucht haben. Ich habe jetzt ein bisschen länger wieder nicht weiter gespielt. Ich bin gerade ein bisschen planlos. Was soll das denn jetzt heißen? Bin wieder da. Can't see anything unordinary here. Sound eigentlich okay so von der Lautstärke? Oh, ein bisschen leiser. Bei mir auf den Ohren auch ein bisschen leiser. So. Aber ich kann ja einfach mal auf die Karte schauen, ob die Karte irgendwas sagt. Und wegen da und dahin sollte ich gehen. Du hast hier auf jeden Fall schon mal die anderen Leute. Hier ist nix. Aber ich kann auch gerade nirgendwo importen anscheinend, ne? Vielleicht muss ich auch einfach... Ja, warte, was mache ich denn gerade? Gerade irgendwie die Maus langsam eingestellt, weil ich weiß auch nicht warum. Aber ich glaube, das Problem hatte ich immer nur bei Fallout, ne? Ja. KK reden wir später drüber. Ich bin verwirrt. Okay. Die Tastatur kann ich auch weg tun. Die nervt ein bisschen. Where could two dead bodies have disappeared to? Quasi überall hin. We need to search for the bodies that have disappeared. What happens after that? Okay, heißt, ich muss mich umgucken. Door must be locked. Hä? Warum ist die Tür jetzt abgeschlossen? Okay, heißt, wir gucken uns jetzt einfach mal quer durch die Schule irgendwie um. Gucken uns einfach mal quer um. Einfach überall nochmal umschauen. Ja, hier liegt der eine Hammer noch. Da wurde ja Celeste das erste Mal angegriffen. But what the heck is this thing? Ah, da ist Celeste. Makoto. We're just standing there. We need to get to the repository. Huh? You mean?
Indeed.
I found them. Hifumi and Taka's bodies had both been hidden in the repository.
Goodbye.
I've already told Hina and Sakura. We'll go on ahead. Their bodies were in the repository? Was ist denn jetzt das Repository? Bin gerade verwirrt. Ja, das ist hier, ne? Okay. Da, wo ich gerade hergekommen bin, weißt du? Deswegen war da abgeschlossen. Are the bodies here somewhere? I have to wonder where they could have been hidden. Stitch. Das habe ich alles schon mal angeklickt. Ne? Gehen wir einfach in den Raum rein. Up ahead is a repository. The doorknob turned. I guess it's unlocked. Then I have no choice but to go inside. So I opened the door, and when I entered, I saw... Shocked. The two bodies that had disappeared were right there. Was ist mit mir gerade los, ne? Ich kann überhaupt nicht lesen gerade. Einfach überhaupt gar nicht. The smell of blood made me gag. What I saw before my eyes was unquestionable, unavoidable, unwavering reality. And then I heard the announcement for a second time. Ding dong.
A body has been discovered.
A body has been discovered. Ding dong, bing bong. Das wusste ich nämlich noch. Also beziehungsweise, was das heißt, dieses Announcement jetzt. Weil das jetzt das Announcement kam, heißt nämlich, einer von den beiden war noch nicht tot. Und man ist nur davon ausgegangen, dass derjenige tot war. Aber erst jetzt ist er tot. And so here we are. Without further ado, let me give you all the next Monokuma file. I was going to hand them out when you found the bodies for the first time, but I thought something might happen. It was really hard to resist, but turns out I was right. Just hand it over already. Now make sure to investigate with all of your mental might and be prepared for the class trial. See you later. Aber ich habe, wie ihr wisst, vielleicht habe ich ja den Anime gesehen, aber wer hinter den Morden steckt, weiß ich jetzt echt nicht mehr so genau. Well then, now that we found the bodies, all that's left is to uncover the culprit. Hold on. How can you be so calm? I mean, they're dead, you know? Dead, gone forever. They're never coming back. Awful. This is all just too awful. Hina suddenly burst into tears. She clutched at Hifumi's lifeless body.
Who would do this? Why? Why?
Large wet tears fell from her eyes. The tears landed on Hifumi's cheeks. If this were some world of make-believe, that might have been when Hifumi opened his eyes. But this wasn't a movie. Warte mal kurz. Ich habe noch ein Wasser da drüben. Hä? This wasn't? Okay, der öffnet doch nochmal seine Augen. Das war nämlich was ich noch wusste. Dass Hifumi, nachdem man dem das erstmal auf dem Boden gesehen hat, dass der danach nochmal irgendwie aufgestanden ist, selber und rumgelaufen ist.
He's alive again? Where am I? Cold.
Cold, so cold.
Cold. Is winter coming? Hifumi! Wake up! Huh? That's right. I remember now. Hope's Peak.
Aber dann ist jetzt die Frage, warum kam da jetzt gerade nochmal die Durchsage? Weil die Durchsage kam ja schon einmal. Als wir einen Buddy gefunden haben quasi. Und die anderen haben ja Tucker gefunden und Tucker... Also ich bin davon ausgegangen, so die Aussage kam beim ersten Mal, weil Tucker tot war. Weil jetzt kam die Aussage ein zweites Mal. Also die Ansage.
Come on, you gotta wake up! I remember everything before I met you all. I met you all.
His memories are all blending together. He has nothing useful to offer us.
The light, it's reaching out to me like the tail of a comet. Hey, Hifumi! Who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you? Who killed me? That's right. I remember their name.
Yasuhiro? His eyes closed, and they never opened again. Death for a second time. Also jetzt ist sie wirklich tot. Okay. Absolute undeniable death. No matter how many more of Hina's tears splashed his face, there was no second miracle. Reality set in again. This isn't some stereotypical fantasy world. Tears can't restore a person's vitality.
Honestly.
You have no tears, do you? No blood in your veins, no calcium in your bones. At least you have your meat.
Stop talking.
You're just angry. Going out of his way to return, just to leave us with those unnecessary dying words. Now this game has become exceedingly boring. You said Yasuhiro, right?
Then perhaps
Yasuhiro Hagakure. That is the only person he could have been referring to.
So in other words,
And with that, the case is solved. Assaulting people and even killing Taka and Hifumi. And then going so far as to hide their bodies? A criminal that hides his face behind a mask and uses a bunch of giant wooden hammers? Is that what Hero is?
what is this?
If it's true, I can't forgive him. No way I can ever forgive him. To kill 2 of our friends. Anyway, it's about time we track down the culprit in our little life or death game here. Although this time it's not all that life or death. The trail will conclude without much trouble.
Indeed.
Yes, it does look that way. It's going to begin again. We have to go through this one more time. One more time. I have to accept it. I have no choice but to go through with this. To make sure everyone survives. I just have to do it. Just do it. Just do it. First I better check the Monokuma file. The victims were Hifumi Yamada and Kiyotaka Ishimaru. The cause of death for each was a blow to the head. It is thought that they were both killed with a similar weapon. That's it?
very strange.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. We got way less information this time than before. That is no problem. After all, the events of this case unfolded before your very eyes. We should know more about what happened than the Monokuma file could anyway. Maybe.
Well,
There's something else that's bothering me. Someone else has been missing for quite a while. Are you talking about Kyoko?
Perhaps.
Without a doubt. She has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. But if the killer wasn't acting alone, what if they had an accomplice? An accomplice? An accomplice? What are you doing here?
Monokuma!
Don't be rude. I am here to answer your question. What question?
Yep.
You're talking about accomplices, right? I'm pretty sure I explained it before, didn't I? During the first class trial.
speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
So you ask, and so I shall answer. Each murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the killing will get to graduate.
So in other words, two people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
In other words,
So basically, you can be an accomplice if you want, but there's no gratification in it.
so then.
So you're saying nobody worked together this time either.
Hey,
Sorry, can't answer that. It would be obstruct the free exchange of information between you guys. I just want to make sure you don't forget, no matter how much you might assist in a murder, only one blackened can graduate. An accomplice gets nothing.
So in other words,
So we only need to figure out who that one blackened is that did the killing, right? Just like normal.
well,
Okay, let me take this opportunity to clarify the whole shebang. In this class trial, what you need to determine is
extreme!
the one true blackened who devised the murder plot and put it into action. The true blackened? So just one person?
Well now,
That's enough for explanifying. Now it's down to the final battle between all of you and the Blackened. Good luck to all the contestants. Though there can only be one Blackened, an accomplice wouldn't benefit. Then I can see any way Kyoko would be connected to this case after all. You may be right. If that's true, then Kyoko, where are you?
However,
As long as she's not connected to the case, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to the investigation. I have absolutely no doubt that Hiro is responsible. But for the time being, I suppose it can't hurt to pursue further information. You know, don't you think we should consider a suspect, just in case? I'm talking about the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack. What? I'm offended. When did you? I've been looking all over for you, Master. When I woke up, you were nowhere to be found. Anyway, you there, Milk-Sack swimmer girl.
Huh?
Milk-Sack?
You gotta be kidding!
Why do I gotta be a suspect?
What the heck?
Well, I mean, you are a serial killer. So what? I'm like a special guest suspect every time. I have an alibi, you know? Alibi. Sag mal Alibi und dann denke ich immer an Dingens. Alibi. In Shameless, glaube ich. In Shameless hieß die Kneipe so Alibi. She's right about that. When we heard Hifumi scream, she was with me. And when the bodies disappeared, she was still lying unconscious in the equipment room. Plus Taka's body aside, I can't imagine any way she would have been able to move Hifumi's body.
Yep.
Besides, I calculate every move I make. I'm not gonna kill someone when everyone knows what I look like. They don't call me murderous fiend for nothing.
What are you saying?
That's not the kind of thing you should be bragging about.
Let's see.
On another topic, should we post a guard by the bodies like before? We can't have them disappearing again.
so then.
Hina and I can handle that. You don't mind, do you, Hina? Sure, I'd be totally useless on the investigation anyway.
It's all clear now.
Then that's that. Let's begin. This whole thing is so strange. All but one of us has an alibi. So figuring out who did it should be obvious, right? But maybe it's just me, but I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as it seems. Monokuma file. There are hammers of all different sizes hanging on the wall, though some are more like mallets. Mallets? Could the justice hammers have been designed using these as a model? Either way, all the hammers here have obviously seen a lot of use. They are all covered in debris and chalky stone powder. Wait. For some reason this one hammer isn't dirty at all and it's wet. Did someone wash it recently? It's wet, okay. Just sound spotless hammer. Taka, he'll never move again. According to the Monokuma file, Taka died from a blow to the head. We found Justice Hammer 4 near his body in the equipment room. Is that what was used to kill him? And there's a tarp laid out under his body. Did the killer use this to move Taka's body? But that way there wouldn't be any blood left behind while the body was moving. Blue tarp. Hifumi's big cold body is lying on the floor. His really big body. I mean, how on earth was the killer able to move someone so big? From the nurse's office where he was discovered to here, the repository. All the way from the first floor to the third. And all without anyone noticing it. How the hell? It's no good. I just don't get it. I can think about it later. For now, I have to finish investigating Yofumi himself. If I remember correctly, Yofumi's fatal injury was also a blow to the head. Probably just a hammer 3, which was laying on the floor on the nurse's office. Wait, something's off about his body. Why am I getting this feeling? Something's different. Something about Hifumi's body in the nurse's office versus his body right now. His glasses. When his body was in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But now they are completely clean. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses off? But who would do that and why? Das wäre mir jetzt einfach so überhaupt nicht aufgefallen. Auf jeden Fall. Aber ist ja auch schon eine Weile her. It's a dolly. Doesn't have a handle. I saw this in the art room before. I guess it's used to move statues around. It's kind of awkward, but if you bend down, it's not hard to use. But wait. Wasn't this in the equipment room where we found Taco's body? And look at the wheel. There's a blood stain on it. So there's blood on the wheel of the dolly that was moved from the equipment room to the repository. What's the explanation for that? Jetzt kann ich nur noch die Leute hier anquatschen. Ne? Hey, Makoto, I've been thinking about something. It's about the repository. Huh? What is it? After Ifumi and Taka's bodies disappeared, we split up to look around, right? I was really scared, so me and Sakura stuck together. And we came right to the repository to, you know, look around. But when we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside. It was locked? And we came here as soon as the search started, so there's no way someone could have beat us here. So if that's true, then who locked it and why is it unlocked now? I wonder the same thing. The door was locked when the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. There might be some secret lurking in here. But I'll probably have to leave this area to figure it out. There are many aspects to this incident this time. Too many, to be honest. Considering that it may be good to look back on everything that's happened. Would you like my help? Yeah, let's look back on things. This morning, only 4 of us met up at the dining hall. Hina, Kyoko, you and myself. We waited for the others, but no one showed up, so we decided to go look for them. It was around 8 o'clock when we began our search. And soon after that, we split up. Kyoko disappeared. After that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room on the 3rd floor, then quickly came and got you and me. According to Celeste, she was attacked by a suspicious individual and lay unconscious for about an hour. In other words, she was attacked an hour before we found her, meaning just after 7 o'clock. Based on the picture Celeste took, we discovered her attacker was dressed in a strange costume. It was Robo Justice. It also became clear that this Robo Justice had dragged Hifumi away. After meeting up with Toko and Byakuya, we began searching for the costumed assailant. We found an injured Hifumi in the library on the 2nd floor. We took him down to the nurse's office on the 1st floor, then resumed our search. But not long after leaving the nurse's office. What's wrong? I saw a shadow, something moving around at the top of the stairs. Based on Celeste's claims, we went back up to the 2nd floor, where we split up and began searching. And right after that, Celeste screamed. This time she apparently seen the suspect on the 3rd floor. Hearing her screams, we quickly made our way to the 3rd floor. Irgendwie ist komisch, dass Celeste so viel dabei ist auf jeden Fall. Ne? Die wurde als erstes da gefunden, wie die in dem Raum da K.O. liegt. Dann hat die jemand auf der Treppe gesehen, dann hat die wiederum geschrien, als irgendwas anderes war. Celeste was wrong. It was rather an intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, that strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. Und wir haben ja auch jemanden da gefunden in dem Gang. Und da gibt es ja auch keinen anderen Ausweg. Ja. What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on. We have to go back. At that point, we decided to split up into 2 groups. Celestina and I went back to the nurse's office. Meanwhile, you, Byakuya, and Toko pursued to the suspect on the 3rd floor. And when we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi's corpse. Which is also when we heard the body discovered announcement play. I left Celeste and Hila alone and headed back to the 3rd floor to tell the others what had happened.
However,
But at the same time we discovered Taka's body in the equipment room, which means Hifumi and Taka's body were discovered right around the same time, because I remember hearing the body discovering play right after finding Taka. And that's when I showed up and told you and Byakuya that Hifumi had been killed, right? Then you, me and Byakuya all headed back to the nurse's office, leaving behind Toko, who fainted. But as soon as we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who just arrived to tell us something very unusual. Hifumi's body has disappeared. We hurried back to the nurse's office to discover that his corpse was in fact gone. Then we remembered we had abandoned the unconscious Toko and rushed back to the equipment room. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something? This time Taka's body had disappeared, so from there we began our search of both the missing bodies. And after some time, Celeste told us she'd found the bodies. And we all had it. Guck mal, Celeste hat auch die Bodies gefunden. Also die ganze Zeit ist es irgendwie Celeste. Die geschrien hat, die gesagt hat, dass der Body plötzlich weg ist, die Bodies auch am Ende gefunden hat. Macht einen komischen Eindruck auf jeden Fall. And there we rediscovered the 2 bodies that had apparently vanished. And that brings us up to now. Looking back, things have certainly been very active. If you want to look back at the case again, just let me know. I'm fine anytime. Das ist wahrscheinlich wichtig, ne? Also wenn die schon sagt so, ja, wenn du nochmal die Sachen durchgehen willst, dann red ruhig nochmal mit mir, so mäßig. Wahrscheinlich ist dann genau wichtig so, von wegen wie was abgelaufen ist. Byakuya, do you think Hiro really did it? I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. The attacks and murders and disappearances all happened. Every one of us had an alibi. And the last thing Hifumi said when he died. Yeah, he said Hiro's name.
So in other words,
Then there is no room to suspect anyone else. Okay, but if he did do it, why would he hide his identity with that weird costume? Maybe he thought that no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. Because he's the fool of the century, you see? I mean, he is kinda dumb. But do you really think that's enough to explain it. I feel like there's a clue hiding in here somewhere. And is that it? That's all that bothers you about the case? Well, no, there are a few other things. Like, why did the killer try to hide the bodies? They probably figured that if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. But if that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? Again, it comes back to the fact that the culprit was immoral. Is that really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is, why did they bother killing 2 people? What? Because all the rule says is, if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your #1 priority is not getting caught. But killing 2 people means more clues, more chances you will get found out. Hold on, perhaps. I see. So that's what that means. Is everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Eh? What's with that attitude? But you have my appreciation. Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all. His mysterious words hung in the air, and as he left the repository, he talked as if he'd figured out something out. He figured out something out. But if he did, would it have killed him to tell me what it was? So, sonst kann ich auf jeden Fall hier nichts mehr machen. Die Bilder, die hier hängen. Ja, guck mal, ich habe sogar eine Mütze für bekommen. Krank. There's only one way out of this room. Through the door that Hina said was locked before. There's definitely a lock on the door, but it only can be locked from inside the repository. I don't see any way to lock it from in the art room. The door can only be locked from inside the repository, which makes you wonder. Hina and Sakura confirmed the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies, and the door is designed so that it can only be locked from the inside the repository. In other words, when Hina checked it, someone had already gone in the repository and locked the door. When they were done, they unlocked it and left, which is why it's unlocked now. But Hina claims that there is no way someone could have beaten them to the repository. So that certain someone is still here, or else? There's gotta be a clue around here somewhere. Maybe I shop somewhere else. There are some places I already know about. First, the nurse's office where Ifumi was found, then the equipment room where Chaka was found. Also jetzt kann ich doch rausgehen, oder was? They must use these for physics experiments and stuff. Not really related to the case. Could it really just be an air purifier? Keine Ahnung. Weiß ich nicht, kenne mich nicht mit aus. Kenne ich mich nicht mit aus. So, da liegt der Hammer. Just Simmer 4. The weapon was used to kill Taka. The body was moved around. There's some kind of tire mark going through the pool of blood in the middle of the room. That reminds me about the dolly in the repository. There was blood on its tire. Could that blood be from here? Which could mean that Taka's body was moved from the equipment room to the repository. Repository? Alter, ich hasse dieses Wort irgendwie, ne? Repository. Using the dolly. Both rooms are on the third floor, so that should definitely have been possible. But even if the dolly was used to move Taka's body, what about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the first floor. Even with the dolly, there's no way to get it up to the third floor. That's still a total mystery. This tarp. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, and just recently too. I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away. I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimately rare event. Das ist alles, was sie zu sagen hatte, das? Wow, Dankeschön. Danke für nichts. Danke für nichts einfach, ey. Da sagt er auch einfach nur, wow. Ich habe diese Matte da irgendwo schon mal gesehen. Gib mir Clues, du Arschloch. School Zone. Der Matches, was geht ab? Was geht? Was geht, Noel? Bin gespannt auf deine Beweisführung. Ich habe auch gerade schon mal gesagt, ich weiß noch ein, zwei Sachen so, aber ich weiß jetzt nicht mehr komplett den Fall. Also ich weiß zum Beispiel noch, dass Hifumi, als der hier gefunden wurde, in dem scheiß Nurses Office, dass der dann nochmal selber aufgestanden ist quasi. Der ist nochmal wach geworden. Der ist ja jetzt auch, als wir das zweite Mal dann oben bei dem Taka da gefunden haben, ist er ja auch nochmal kurz wach geworden. Also ist ja relativ offenes Geheimnis, sagen wir mal. Dass er vielleicht selber weggelaufen ist, als er hier war. A refrigerator. I wonder if there's anything to drink inside. After everything I've been through, I'm totally parched. Maybe just a quick peek. There's a bunch of blood packets in here. Or blood transfusions, I guess. It doesn't help me though. I'm not a vampire. Aber es kann halt auch schon mal was heißen. Vielleicht wird das halt eh schon gar nicht sein Blut, was hier rumliegt von Hifumi. Justice Hammer 3, the one that was used to kill Hifumi. Someone moved the body but left the weapon behind. Aber alles klar bei dir? Ich habe gerade gesehen, du hast auch noch was gestreamt, oder? Irgendwas gelesen, Sekiro? Bisschen Sekiro gespielt? It's just a normal trash can. Huh? Wait, there's something inside. Was ist dieses Tuch, ey? It's too small to be a handkerchief. It's a glasses cleaning tooth. And it's got some kind of cartoon character on it. Huh? But it's also covered in blood. Oh, did you find something? Yeah. There was a cleaning cloth in the trash can.
Huh?
A cleaning cloth? And it's all bloody. Whoever this belonged to must have used it to wipe up of some blood. But who would need to do something like that? I haven't the slightest idea. Yeah, me neither, but I think it might be important. Cleaning cloth. What are you investigating, Celeste? I'm not investigating anything, precisely speaking. I am simply going around, seeing if Hero might be hiding somewhere. What about you? You know, I'm just checking this and that. The main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved Hifumi's body. Oh, Hifumi was moved, eh? When it disappeared, you were supposed to be in the nurse's office, right? Correct. Hina was not feeling so well, so I stayed behind to look after her. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom. And when you got back, the body was gone? We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two. Yeah, Hina said the same thing. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time? It would seem so. To carry off someone big as Hifumi in only a couple of minutes is, I can't think of it as anything less than impossible. Celeste's account. Ich habe mein Item Bosses Randomizer beendet. Bei den normalen Gegnern. Bei dem die normalen Gegner auch durch Mini-Bosse ersetzt wurden. Okay, stellenweise frustrierend, aber geschafft. Ich glaube, für dich ist doch kaum noch was unmöglich in dem Game, oder? This monitor really doesn't matter right now. Touch the Hammer free. So, das habe ich mir jetzt alles angeschaut.
Yes, indeed.
Mhm.
Indeed.
So this is where you are. I've been looking for you. You have? I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant to, but you ended up making this little game of ours very interesting indeed. Huh? You should go to Hero's room. And let me give you this. Meet in the dining hall. This is a note Hero wrote to get us all meet up, right? You remember well. Well, the penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear now.
Anyway, this makes it clear, right? This is a trap. What is? Things grow ever more exciting. What are you talking about? I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation. Goodbye. Doch durchaus. Mein erster Randomizer-Run war RIP. Der wirklich... Ach ja, stimmt, ne? Das hast du auch mal erzählt. Das ist mit dem zweimal göttlichen Drachen irgendwie. Bei dem Affenboss, ne? Also da, wo der Affe eigentlich ist. Der was dann lockt. Das hat sie mal erzählt. Ja, so Hero's message has been added to the truth board. He said to go to Hero's room, but what's waiting there for me? Ja, lass mal schauen, was da auf mich wartet. The door is unlocked. I guess I can go inside. The Yakuza did say to go look. It might not be a great idea, but I'm gonna take the plunge. This is Hero's room. There's all kinds of weird stuff in here. Where did he even get it all from? Ja, das frage ich mich auch. Warum hat er so viel komisches Zeug hier rumliegen? Wenn in mein Raum ist einfach so klinisch leer so. Ich habe gar nichts eigenes. More importantly, he still hasn't turned up. Which means he can't really complain if I don't get his I don't get his permission to search his room, right? Vermutlich war der auch am Automaten, ja, ich denke auch, ey. I think there's something in the cardboard box. Oh, it's blueprint for something and some things made out of, it looks like a cardboard, plastic and plaster. Is this Robo Justice? And it's in Hero's room. But wait, these blueprints. Something about them bothers me. Have the arms bent like this? It's a normal bed. Surveillance camera. I solidly checked the bathroom. There's nothing in here. It's pretty grungy though. How does the bathroom even get this dirty? Okay, es war jetzt wirklich nur die Dingens, ne? Die ich halt finden sollte. Leave the area? Yes. Makoto, big news, big news! What's wrong? We found Kyoko! What? Is she okay? Where is she? Wait, I wasn't on. There's more big news. Robo Justice showed up too. Robo Justice? It's Hero wearing the costume. Anyway, as soon as you can, head to the pool on the second floor. To think Hero and Kyoko would turn up at the same time. Anyway, I have to head to the pool. I ran off to the second floor as fast as I could. Kyoko and you, man, I have had the worst day. Hero? There's a big locker near the pool. Fragen jetzt mal die Unwichtigen. I am positive that is the suspicious individual that attacked me. Apparently, the ridiculous object is Hero. I'd ask Kyoko for the details if I were you. Bro, Justice finally made his appearance, huh? I guess Kyoko's the one that found him. Hero? Yeah, who else would it be? That's a good question. What? Why do I look like this? Did someone come along and remodel me while I was sleeping? Was it the Illuminati? Er ist so komplett planlos, der Typ, ne? I found Hero. He was jammed into the pool room locker. It looked like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and he woke up. I still can't believe you kicked me. You could have been a little more gentle about it. Like, I don't know, caress my face or something.
What?
That's creepy. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace.
Wow.
There was something I had to check up on. What do you mean? Never mind. I can't never mind.
It's nothing.
Never mind.
Hey,
More importantly, she said that, but does she have any idea? Does she know people think she might be spying for the mastermind?
and?
First of all, Hero, you need to explain to us why you're dressed like this. Well, I mean, I have no idea. 1 second I was asleep, I don't even know what happened. Then I woke up and then I was here. I don't care. Do something about that costume. It pains me just to look at you. Well, I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help? Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself?
Got it all wrong.
I didn't make the stupid freaking thing.
It would seem
There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice, let's help him. It took everyone's help, but slowly we were able to get Hero out of the suit. It took a few minutes, but eventually we got all the pieces off. Phew, free at last. Isn't it kinda weird how perfectly the suit fits Hero?
So then,
More to the point, nobody but Hero would be able to wear that costume. Wait, what? Hold on a sec.
honestly,
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints were in your room as well.
is that okay?
Woher weiß sie das? Dass die Blueprints da waren. Also wenn der Byakuya das nicht erzählt hat, dann woher weiß sie das? It is obvious to everyone that you made this costume. Die haben seine ganzen Haare in den Helm gepasst, ja. That's true, I saw the blueprints myself. Yeah, me too.
Could it be?
And it's obvious, the one who put this costume on and went around attacking everyone was Hero. Shall we tie him up again? Shall we tie him up and gag him?
Just the one.
Good idea, we wouldn't want him killing anyone else. Tie me up? Hold on guys, I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves a fair treatment. Yeah, I mean... Attacking? Blueprints? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. You can't talk your way out of this. It's been decided, you killed them. What? Killed who? I have no idea what you're talking about. There must be a fake hero running around.
What are you saying?
You're the only one who can wear this costume. So who else could possibly be the costume attacker? How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you should try it on for yourself before you convict me. Fine, if you're gonna check about it, I will. Without missing a bit, Hina started putting on the Robo Justice costume.
Huh. See, look. See how loose it is? I mean, come on. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me!
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's not a very nice thing to say. I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
Well, either way, now we know for sure, right? I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hero could have fit into this dumb costume.
Enough, Hina took the suit back off again. Well, now you're all out of excuses. No, see, it's cause you're a girl. If it was another guy, then... Makoto, go ahead. Okay. Against my will, I picked up the pieces off the floor and tried putting them on. It's no good, the arms are too long. There's no way I can wear this. See? I told you it was impossible. You're absolutely right. It seemed this costume was made to fit Hero's body exactly. Then there's another costume. They must have one that looks the same but fits them.
Honestly.
If you insist on this line of defense, then show us some evidence. Evidence? You claim there's another suit, yes? Then you must find it and show it to us. What the heck?
Just the worst.
Who cares? Hero's the only one without an alibi during this whole thing anyway.
That's terrible.
Which is how we know it was him. I mean, is it really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Could someone, like, tell me? Robo Justice costume.
What the heck?
There's no talking your way out of this. You did it. Everyone knows it. She looks like she's lost in thought. I don't think she's in the mood to talk. I better leave her alone. It's looking more and more like it was a real setup.
Oh.
I certainly did not expect Hiro and Kyoko to turn up at the same time. But where has Kyoko been hiding this all time? I have no idea. Perhaps she is really working for the mastermind. What else would explain her questionable behavior? Ich mag diesen Look voll von der. Die ist so. Die so möchte gern geschockt so irgendwie. You're quite protective of her, yes? That's because she's helped me out so much until now. Oh, where's the mastermind? This is exactly what I would do to earn your trust.
What the heck?
If you don't tell me what's going on, how am I supposed to understand? I think I figured out that someone's been killed, right? Hey Makoto, who was it? Well, 2 people were killed, Taka and Yufumi. What? 2 people? Why are you freaking out? You did it. I did not. Wait, hold on. If those 2 are the ones that were killed,
How about that?
that's it. I know who did it.
So then,
You might as well tell us then. Taka and Hifumi were fighting over Alter Ego, right?
I'm at least
Which means
30%
Alter
done.
Ego or Chiro must have done it. Ja klar. Esa mujer es... Was? Auf jeden Fall. I don't speak Spanish or anything.
correct.
I see, that's unfortunate.
Please.
Huh? Unfortunate? Stop trying to trick us. Just admit you did it, okay? I'm telling you, you got it all wrong.
Oh, so then.
Oh, I know, that note. Note? Last night someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. I found a hole, maybe we can use it to escape. Monokuma can't find it out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 AM. Well, the last thing I remember is going to the rec room, and then for some reason I fell asleep.
Hey.
The real killer probably drugged me or something.
Just the worst.
Not a chance.
So...
No, hold on. You could be onto something. The nurse office did have chemicals that could do that. Really? I told you, someone's trying to set me up. A secret passage, a chance to escape. Someone wrote all that to trick me. Even if that's true, you must be the one dumb fish to bite every piece of bait that floats in front of you. Well, after being trapped here for so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check it, right? Wenn ich weiß, dass ich dabei sterben kann, nee, dann nicht unbedingt. Girl, they preyed on my desire to get out of here. They deceived me. I still don't buy it.
Don't be mean.
Well, you should buy it.
Just a second.
And show us the note. With pleasure. I have it right here in my pocket.
No way.
Looks like I lost it. Yeah, sure. Please. You gotta believe me. I wouldn't turn to fly. As I said before, if you want us to believe you, you must produce evidence. Can you show us the note? I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us a reason. What the heck, for serious? Yasuhiro's account has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Now then, shall we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the class trial begins. Why do we need to keep investigating? You already know who did it. Why did you kill him? Tell us, Hiro. No, it's like I said.
Just the worst.
Was it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? Yeah, that must be it. You must be totally broke, and that's why... Wait, that's false accusation. Someone, help me. Ich kann auch immer noch dasselbe, dieses Please. Just be thankful we haven't bound and gagged you. If you have time to yell and carry on, you have time to search for your evidence, right? Oh, you're right. I need to look for the second suit and that note. Feet, don't fail me now. I guess I'd better get I'd better get back on to guard duty. I was gonna ask Toko or Genocide Jack to switch with me. But if she and Sakura got into a fight, we would have a catastrophe on our hands. Well, bye. One by one, everyone peeled away. Makoto, do you have a second? Huh? I want you to help me with the investigation. It looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Sure, I don't mind helping, but can you promise me something? Later, when we have time, will you tell me why you disappeared? No. To reject me so simply. Anyway, I need your help. You don't mind, do you? Okay.
Shall we go?
Thanks. Now then, shall we?
Hey.
Arts wie lesen, Alter. Hals wird so trocken. So Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses. I can't believe I'm hearing that from a girl the same age as me.
Correct.
Dead bodies don't lie, you know? They tell the truth far more easily than the living.
Hey.
Would you agree? How am I supposed to answer?
Anyway,
We have to hurry before the class trial begins again. Yeah, you're right. Okay, then show me where the bodies are. They are in the repository. Then I guess we should head for that way now. Kann ich mich da hinboarden? Sehr gut. Ifumi and Taka. For a moment, Kyoko seemed to go rigid. But only for a moment. Well then, let's get started. She crouched down next to Taka, without hesitation began poking and prodding the bodies. The Monokuma file was right. They were killed using similar weapons. Her movements were so smooth, she was so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was actually made me feel a little more comfortable.
I see.
Makoto, I found something. You did? You remember the wristwatch Taka always wore on his left hand? He did? Are you so oblivious to the people around you? Do you dislike other people that much? No, that's not it. Anyway, so you said he had a watch?
So then.
Take a look. It's broke. You can see the hands aren't moving, right? It most likely broke when he had his encounter with the assailant. And if you notice, the hands are frozen just past 6 o'clock. Okay. So that would mean the watch was broken sometime just after 6.
That's right.
That last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken. Hey you, how long are you going to keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he started pointedly as his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for little boys and girls.
In other words.
So if it worked at 10 last night, it couldn't have been broken at 6 PM. Meaning it must have happened at 6 this morning. Nice.
However.
And that's not all. Look at it, Taka's left hand. He appears to be gripping something. Yeah, you're right. There's something white in there.
Makoto.
Can you try and pry it out? Me?
Because...
Rigor mortis has always set in. Boys are better suited to do this kind of manual labor, right? Okay. As much as I didn't want to, I grasped Taka's cold hand. The ice cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart stop beating. After some effort, I was finally able to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. A piece of paper?
Hey.
Was that all he had in his hand? Yeah, that's it. Just a little scrap of paper. Doesn't seem like much of a clue, does it?
Is that right?
I wonder about that. Kyoko then turns to Hifumi's body.
So then,
Let's check Hifumi's body now. Perhaps he's left us a few clues of his own. Kiyotaka's scrap of paper. Did you find anything? I did. More than I expected, to be honest. Look at this. A wad of paper?
that's right.
Hifumi had it hidden on him. Hidden?
Indeed.
He stuffed it in his pants. So I can only assume he'd hidden it on purpose, you see? In his pants, wait, so you...
Why is that?
It was just in his pants, not like his socks or something. I don't know what that means. Anyway, let's take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Makoto, open it up. When I think of how it was stuffed down his pants, it's like... It better be important, Hifumi, or I'll never forgive you for this. A note? I found a hole. We can use it to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 AM. 6 AM, ne? Aber hat Dings nicht irgendwas mit 1 AM gesagt?
So,
That sounds very familiar. That's it. It's the same thing Hiro said. He was telling us the truth.
however,
Although it's not exactly the same, is it? Ja, der sagte 1 Uhr. Da steht 6 Uhr. Ja, und im Rec Room. The time is different. Hiro told us that his note said to meet at 1 AM. But the note they wrote to Hifumi asked him to meet at 6 AM.
is that right?
Hold on. Just because Hifumi had the note doesn't mean it was meant for him. Huh?
So,
Part of it has been torn off, right? I think there's likely some meaning here. There's some meaning to part of it being ripped. Could you maybe explain it a little more? Think careful.
hey,
Why would he have been clutching that scrap of paper so tightly? I have no
so
idea.
then,
What if it wasn't a scrap of paper when he was holding it? What if it was something more important? And how would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer. Ich habe jetzt nicht mehr verstanden, was die jetzt von mir wollte.
hey,
And while we're at it, I should tell you the other thing. The 2 victims this time definitely had their e-handbooks on them. So the books have nothing to do with how the murders were carried out. Not that there was any reason to think they were connected to the killings in the first place. So you're saying I don't have to think about the handbooks this time, right?
is that right?
If you didn't have to think about them at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. All I said that they weren't used to help carry out the murders. There may come a point, however, where a handbook may play a role. A handbook may play a role? I don't think I don't understand. But if Kyoko thinks it's important, I better keep it in my mind. And to the truth bullets. Ding dong, bing bong. Jetzt beginnt der Scheiß. Oh, Junge.
Are you excited? Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin! Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado, everyone please meet at the usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
It would seem...
Vergessen, dass ich kurz auch automatisch gemacht. You have to figure out the rest of for yourself. Come to the proper conclusion. Yeah, you're right.
Shall we go?
Well, better get going. Okay. Meow. Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation, and they were gathered by the red door. And as soon they were all here.
Monokuma appears!
Hello, hello! He's multiplied?
Wrong.
No, not multiplication. It just looks that way because of an illusion. I'm moving so fast, it only looks like I've multiplied. Hey, can you guys tell which is a real Monokuma? Can we just get on the elevator already?
Boy.
You're not playing along.
Stop talking.
We're not here to play with you. Okay, fine.
Hey!
And if everyone's here and ready to go, please board the paint train elevator. See you guys down there.
Let's go.
Okay then, shall we? Hold on, I'm not mentally prepared yet. You'll never be mentally prepared. You can't run away anymore, hero. You're gonna pay for your sins. I told you already, I didn't do it for serious. That reminds me, did you ever find the other costume or that note? No, but... How fortunate. Then it would seem we have our culprit.
Hey,
This isn't the place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
She's right. Let's get down there first. Then the story can really begin. Yeah, good idea. That's right. I have to do it. I can't. Whoever killed Hifumi to Taka get away with it. But everyone's still alive. And for the two that lost their lives. The one who killed Hifumi and Taka. The one who killed one of our friends. The killers. Someone right here. I took one last deep breath and slowly exhausted. I began to walk toward the elevator once everyone was aboard. The doors closed on their own and the steel box began to move. Steel box. The clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Until we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. I'm not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to stop. The elevator doors slid open, opening up onto a cruel fate. When I see all of you gathered together here like this, I realize just how few of you there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its climax. Only because of you. Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other? What? Do you really hate me that much? But I'm so cute.
Come on.
Stop goofing around and begin the trail. Don't rush me, of course I'm gonna start it. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed class trial after this commercial break. I never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get you to your assigned seats. And so, the curtain opened once again. Deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly... Oh mein Gott, dass ich es immer wieder sagen muss, ne? Ja, deadly class trial, wir wissen's. Wir wissen's, ey. Wir wissen's. Mensch. Set Skills. Extraordinary Focus. So heißt das jetzt ausgerüstet, ne? Wie viele Skills es gibt, ne? Ist krass. Und alle anderen, die ich habe ich auch drin. Also wie viele Skills es gibt. wie krass. Finish preparations. Class trial.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with...
We already know who did it!
Was that?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit.
Die Alibi. Oh, guck mal, die sagen auch Alibi. Alibi.
Don't try and deny it! You killed them!
I didn't. Someone knocked me out. I was asleep the whole time. I don't know anything about it.
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Who are you calling a murderer?
I am sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence. Blueprints for the suit. Parts we assume were used to build it. And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know. I don't know.
Is Hiro really the killer, or before anything else? We have to make that clear. Yay, make your argument. Robo Justice costume, Robo Justice blueprints.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff. It's not true. It's a conspiracy.
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No, just hold on a second.
Das ist schon das ganze Ding so ist. Compelling evidence that Hiro is the killer. Is that really true?
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff. It's not true. It's a conspiracy.
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No, just hold on a second.
Ich weiß jetzt gar nicht genau, was ich da jetzt anklicken soll. Weil wir haben doch dieses Dingens.
Everything we found in your room.
Ach lol.
The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff. It's
Also
not
Hiro's
true. It's a
message.
conspiracy.
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No, just hold on a second.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff.
Das war jetzt
It's
Blödsinn.
not true. It's a conspiracy.
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
Okay, da spule ich vor.
Everything we found in your room.
Shoot!
Ich weiß gerade echt nicht, was ich hier anklicken soll.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough.
Bin gerade echt zu doof, um das irgendwie zu checken.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts.
Ich hast du Hiros Message aus, hä?
Are we sure Hiro really made those blueprints?
Also keine Ahnung, das ist jetzt irgendwie wieder um die Ecke gedacht. So, ja, okay. Wir sind nicht sicher, ob der die gemacht hat, aber trotzdem so. Die lagen bei ihm rum so. Und da habe ich gerade nicht verstanden, so, ja, wieso soll ich das denyen? Die lagen bei ihm rum.
What do you mean? Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hero wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared. The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say? When you compare it to the blueprints.
Ach, deswegen.
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on! I'm not smart enough to think I've tried to change my handwriting anyway.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hiro's the culprit?
And he's not the only one. I think Hiro's innocent as well.
Then who was in that Robo-Justice suit? Is it like Hiro said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
And of course he passes it off to me.
Who was in the Robo-Justice suit?
The suspicious individual in question. The one that must been in the suit. The Illuminati, that's right. They're all working behind the scenes and trying to set me up. Just embarrass myself with everyone, yeah. Hina! Why me? That costume was way too big on me. You saw it yourself. Ich will irgendwie einfach neu starten, deswegen bin ich gerade einfach so auf dem Trip. Einfach verkacken. Und dann wieder von neu anfangen, ey. Nobody believes me, ja, bla bla. Vor allem ich bekomme dann immer die meisten Votes. Also really ever? When you give it another shot? Weil ich schon am Anfang schon irgendwie 2, 3 Herzen vergeben habe und das hat mich irgendwie genervt.
Are we sure Hero really? What? Well, it's the note that Hero wrote. The handwriting's obviously different. Wouldn't you? When you compare it to the.
Aber ich bin jetzt immer noch mittendrin, ne? Kannst du überhaupt komplett sterben, so dass du den ganzen Fall wieder von neu machen musst? Nee, oder?
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on!
Ja, komm.
I got it.
Der Hero war da
Other
drin.
than Hero, I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit, and we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hiro is the prime suspect.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hiro didn't do it.
It makes perfect sense. Hiro was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
What? Now that's a bold
What?
assumption. And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes.
Of course. But before we get to that, there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around.
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body.
Das kann ich dir easy sagen.
It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items. Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
Oh, can you tell us what they were? The things that have been used to transport Taka's body. I got it! There's still one more thing. With this blue tarp.
I got it!
I got it!
They were a dolly and a tarp, right?
What's with that attitude?
So, let's see if I can explain. Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room, and then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right? It was the same tarp that, up until then, was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there, and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body. That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing. I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there. But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly.
Body and the dolly, body and the dolly.
Appeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body, am I right? But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Huh?
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room. Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along and you simply didn't realize it?
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
There is no shame in being wrong. Nobody expects much from you anyway. We have always
Nobody
said
expects
that
much from you anyway.
you rarely understand what is going on around you.
Bitch. Oh, I've never had anyone sound so nice while being so mean, but maybe I can change her mind. If I can just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository. A new element has been added to the bullet time battles. Would you like to hear more? Let's talk about reloading. Starting with this next bullet time battle, we are gonna add one more ingredient to the recipe. On the bottom of the screen underneath the tempo marker you see your ammo count. Up until now there hasn't really been a limit on how you destroy your opponent's statements. But from now on, just locking on and pressing the left mouse button won't be enough to handle them. Now it will cost you 1 bullet to destroy a single remark. Once you run out of bullets you can't destroy any more statements, no matter how locked on you are. However, you can reload by pressing the tab key. Just like locking on, you have to press the tab key in time with the tempo marker. Basically. Just remember that the tab key now has a function along with the L and B mouse button. Kommt jetzt direkt dieser Scheiß hier in diesem Rhythmus-Kacke da? Boah, bitte nicht, ey. Boah, ich hasse es. Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, you won't have to reload at all. In which case you can ignore everything I just said. Well then, good luck and have fun. Das ist jetzt wirklich das, was kommt, ne? Warum?
You had it wrong. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. So pathetic. Do your worst. You had it wrong. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. So pathetic. Do your worst. You miserable wretch. You have it wrong. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. So pathetic. Do your worst. You have it wrong. I cannot agree.
Oh, ich hasse diesen Scheiß, ne? Ich hasse es richtig. Das ist so ein Müll. Das ist einfach kompletter Müll. Ja, bla bla bla. Ich hab verloren. Mein Gott. Das ist so ein Scheißdreck. Vor allem, die kommen doch noch mit ihrer komischen Negative Time, wo dann irgendwie... Ich weiß auch nicht. Ich weiß ja gar nicht mehr genau, wann ich drücken kann überhaupt. Ja, fuck you. Brauchst mich nicht nochmal erklären. Oh, ich hasse es so sehr, ne? Ich hasse es so sehr.
You have it wrong. I cannot agree. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Away
Ah,
with you.
guck mal, lol.
You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. So pathetic. Do your worst. You have it wrong. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree.
Aber ich check hier nicht, wann ich drücken kann. Echt nicht.
Do your worst. You miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. So pathetic. Do your worst. You have it wrong. I cannot agree.
Ich check's jetzt ein bisschen mehr, ne? Also ich hab halt vorher immer einfach Dingens. Ich dachte, ich muss nur zur richtigen Zeit immer das Schießen drücken. Aber mit dem Anvisieren, das muss ja auch immer drücken, wenn da... Also mit dem Timing halt. Und das Reloaden halt auch genauso. Das check ich halt jetzt erst. Beim ersten Mal dachte ich einfach, ich kann die ganze Zeit anvisieren. Und halt einfach halt gespammt, so wie jetzt auch am Anfang auch. Aber trotzdem hasse ich das. Das ist richtig scheiße, weil weil ich check das mit der Negative-Dingens dann nicht. Das mit der Negative Time check ich da nicht. Ich weiß überhaupt nicht, wann ich da drücken soll jetzt. Muss man dann einfach den normalen Rhythmus quasi beibehalten, wo man sieht nicht mehr oder was? Ich dachte, das ist wirklich nur für Schießen quasi.
I cannot agree. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. So pathetic. Do your worst. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. So pathetic. Do your worst. You miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree.
This should prove it.
Also wenn ich jetzt den Rhythmus habe, dann ist es leicht. Okay, dann check ich es jetzt. Dann check ich es jetzt mal wirklich. Aber wenn ich Aber wenn ich diesen Rhythmus nicht habe, also diesen Negative, dann weiß ich überhaupt gar nicht mehr, was ich drücken soll. Und ich weiß auch nicht mehr, wie ich meinen Fokus aktiviere. Ich habe keine Ahnung mehr. You're asking for the proof that the dolly moved. I have it right here.
I found the dolly in the repository. One of the wheels had a blood stain on it.
Aber trotzdem ganz gut, dass ich das jetzt ein bisschen mehr gecheckt habe.
There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread. The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room. And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Tja. Jeez, does Celeste really hate me that much?
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
What kind of robot is it?
I'm not sure that really matters.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer. If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
Now look at how the body was moved. It will be clear why the person in the suit couldn't have done it. What does he mean by that? Wenn man sich in diesem Suit nicht bewegen kann, oder was? Jetzt habe ich nur noch 2 Herzen, Alter.
And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Now, keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over. Then you could push the dolly
Bend over,
over.
kannst du nicht. Deswegen, ne?
The killer just crouched down and carted the body off to the repository.
If you accept everything we just said, then you must realize that whoever was in the suit couldn't possibly be the culprit.
Sorry,
I don't think I realize anything. As we know, and from there, the
culprit then loaded it onto the dolly.
Now,
keep in mind that the
Well, yeah, all you'd have to do is bend over. Then you could push
Habe ich
the
jetzt nicht
dolly
getroffen, ne? Mein Gott.
if you accept, then you must realize that sorry.
Then you must realize.
As we know, and from there,
the culprit then loaded it onto.
Now, keep in mind.
Well, yeah, all you'd have to do is.
No, it's wrong.
No, it's wrong.
You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together. Remember?
I'm blind as a bat in here. I can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised he got anywhere at this thing. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. And not to mention, he totally can't bend the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
There's absolutely no chance that the costume was taken off just to move the body, because you can't take it off by yourself.
I got it! I don't think taking off the suit was an option. if you remember...
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help? Why would you like something that you can't take off by yourself? I didn't make this stupid friggin' thing. That's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hero wasn't just making it up?
Of course I wasn't making it up.
If he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it. Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right.
So, it's really, really true that Robo-Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hero in the robot suit, correct?
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took?
About the picture that I took?
You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo-Justice? If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that? Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
Yasuhiro. When did you get hurt? That guy hit me. What guy? Oh, that's what I decided to call him just now.
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question. The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hero, without a doubt. Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, that's got...
Hold on a second.
I doubt it.
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion. Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it. Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility? Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened. I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo-Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo-Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect. But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
What's wrong? I saw shadows, something moving around at the top of the stairs.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the 2nd floor. And soon after that...
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Celeste, what's wrong? That was rather an intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
And then...
Yeah! Huh? What was that? It came from downstairs. It must have been... Hifumi, he's in the nurse office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
At that point, we decided to divide up into two groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi dead. And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the 3rd floor to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the three of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us, and she told us something very surprising.
Hifumi's body disappeared.
We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something?
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing. Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies. And after some time...
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository, which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated. It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them. Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
The contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka. In order to uncover the truth of this case, I have to find them no matter what. Broken wristwatch.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before,
Or perhaps it was... We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
Ist ja gut.
So, I wonder if or perhaps it was. We already know what order they were killed in.
Hä? Da auch nicht die Broken Wristwatch oder was?
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after.
We already know what order they were killed in.
Ich probiere einfach gerade durch, Alter, ohne Scheiß. Jetzt bin ich wieder tot. Failed. Ja, ist korrekt.
Refuse to give up yet.
Ist korrekt.
So,
Aber ich dachte eigentlich, das mit dem Broken Wristwatch wäre halt schon das Richtige, weil da 6 Ohr drauf steht, aber anscheinend muss ich das erst. What order?
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the
So. Bist du zufrieden?
Hold on. There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers. If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
Du bist halt schon einen Schritt weiter und willst halt eigentlich sagen, hier, die Uhr. 6 Uhr. Fertig.
But in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi? Okay then, let's see the proof.
Evidence. Ja, jetzt habe ich die Wristwatch. Hangman's Gambit. Ach, wie war das nochmal? Das war, ich muss 1 mehr abschießen, ne? Da. Ich brauche ein S, Leute.
Keine Müdigkeit vorschützen und
hoppla und hopplolo, hoppla und hopplolo. Die Vivi. Halt. Ich glaube, Mod ist gerade niemand anwesend. Moin Vivi, Dankeschön für den Rage.
So, jetzt muss ich mal gerade gucken.
Wie geht's, wie steht's?
Oh, scheiße. Nein, ich will mich nicht 700 Mal hören.
Die will sich unbedingt 7 Mal so hören. Boah, Rückkopplung, ne? Ist einfach was ganz Tolles. Ist einfach was ganz Tolles. Wie geht's, wie steht's? Wie war der Stream? Das war Profi-Move. Jeder Move von dir ist Profi-Move. Wie viele leben noch? Jetzt sind halt der Dicke und dieser Gerechtigkeitsfreak sind tot. Taka und Hifumi. Und leben tun jetzt noch, keine Ahnung, 7 Leute oder so? Keine Ahnung. Ich kann nicht zählen. Hey you, how long will you gonna keep us waiting? Mit seiner Wristwatch, ja, ist 10 Uhr. Meinst du mit den Kugeln? Krass. Ich der mit den Kugeln. Wer hat denn wen umgebracht? Das versuchen wir noch herauszufinden gerade. Wir sind ja gerade mitten in dem Class Trial. Also dieser, wie gesagt, dieser Dicke, der Fettkloß ist tot halt. Hifumi heißt der und der andere Typ da mit den schwarzen Haaren, der immer nur weißes Zeug anhatte. Dieser Gerechtigkeitsfreak halt.
and before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made the wrong assumption about the order of
Was ging bei dir ab?
events
Hast du ein paar Genshin-Quests gemacht oder was?
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each
Ja, wieder
hammer
neues
and had
Event.
them increase in size.
Ballern da auch anscheinend hinterher, wa?
That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Aber ist so gut für dich, nicht?
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder, but all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
It came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi still in the nurse's office. Yeah, we have to go back.
When we heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko. Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
Don't just
I don't know.
stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream. Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then!
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body.
Junge, diesen Lizard. Das ist korrekt.
Because, as we just established, she
Lizard mit
passed out
Scheren.
in the equipment room
Bin
when
mal
the body
duschen, jo.
disappeared.
Macht dann. Viel Spaß.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway.
In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
So what now,
For
Kyoko?
now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said,
Could not have been gone for than a minute or two, though. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time? It would seem so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the 3rd in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
To make the impossible possible.
How?
Wenn du Tom Cruise anrufst.
If the dead body were to move itself.
Ich habe jetzt gestern auch noch Dingens geguckt, mal. Hier Top Gun Maverick. Nicer Film. If the dead body were to move itself.
The dead body moved on its own?
No! Not another...
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is, we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
He was alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
That it isn't possible.
The idea that Hifumi was still alive, is it really possible? Equipment room bloodstains, Celeste's account.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi
Was sagt denn nochmal Celeste's account?
There's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement.
Was passiert, wenn ich Rechtsklick drücke? Ich check das gerade nicht.
Dead body had been found. And that is why the
Ah lol,
announcement
ich kann jetzt Sekunden zurückzuholen oder was? Okay, hä? Ich bin verwirrt.
The announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about
Bin mir
that?
gerade nicht sicher, weil ich...
Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Nee, das war nicht richtig.
Shoot!
Shoot!
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, and you know that. Surely you heard the body was Hifumi's dead body had been, and that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Shoot!
Ah nee, ich muss ja wahrscheinlich dieses Someone Else's Discovery rausfinden.
No,
Versucht halt mal so rum.
Are we really so sure? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first found there's a chance he was actually...
No. It is Hifumi was dead, and you know that. Surely you heard the body discovered. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And
Warum? Ey, boah, ich hasse es. Warum hatten wir das jetzt gar nicht gezählt?
Signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first heard
No. Hifumi was dead, and you know that. Surely you heard the body discovered. Hifumi's dead, and that is.
Are we really so? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first there's a chance he was...
No. Hifumi was dead, without a...
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body.
No, it's wrong.
No, it's wrong.
Was the
It's
body
wrong.
discovery announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if 2 bodies had been found, there really should have been 2 announcements.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man. We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
No, actually, that was plenty.
Huh?
He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means...
the
Even
second.
if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
The second body discovery announcement was the first time it played was when we found each body in the nurses and the equipment room. The second time found just after. Ach nee. Das war nicht richtig. When both bodies were rediscovered.
I got it!
Okay.
We heard it a second time in the repository, when we rediscovered the 2 bodies.
Ding dong. Body has been discovered. Blah blah.
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
And in reality, when the 2 dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet. Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's
Das war halt eine
office.
Sache, die ich noch wusste, dass der irgendwie da gefunden wird und dann aber eigentlich nicht tot ist und noch rumläuft. Aber den Rest weiß ich schon gar nicht mehr.
That is the worst logic I have ever heard. But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body. Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
There has to be proof that shows Hifumi was still alive. I have to find it and show it to everyone. Seine Brille, ne? Dass er seine Brille sauber gemacht hat. Hifumi's glasses. Hm.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
No, it's wrong.
No, it's wrong. Break.
In fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository. His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
The evidence I found in the trash can.
I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot. One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was
Princess Piggles.
from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
Pretty Pudgy Princess.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this.
Den Anime will ich gucken.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
Then there's no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
So what you're saying is... What exactly?
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
That's a good point.
And it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet. And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
Becomes possible.
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead,
Ja, warum hat er so
what was
getan?
with all that
Wenn
blood? Was it paint or something?
The fridge in the nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere. But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done. God, what an idiot!
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained. It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
Hifumi oder was?
I got it! It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
Wild, ey. Einfach wild.
The door to the repository got locked.
Repository.
The door was locked? Well, after the bodies disappeared, we all went looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside. Which means, when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository. So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
But that means he took part in the murders.
He took part in the murders.
I just can't believe it.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
I got it!
Big
You're talking
Notiz.
about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Hidden note?
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his pants?
Yes.
Yes. His pets. Yes.
Okay, well, Forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note says.
I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
That's the note I was telling you about.
Yes, his pants. Wie die das so sagen, ne? Es ist so dumm, ey. That's the note I was telling you about.
Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
It's one... Die Attacke halt bekommen, ja.
In other words,
Eben.
the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been... I got it!
Taka.
That's right! Taka! The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection! I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right? So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy!
Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right?
Jetzt kommt hier noch mit irgendwelchen Namen, ey.
Why must you ruin it every time?
Man, Genocide Jack is seriously scary, but still, I can't let her get to me. Ja, wir haben halt noch den kleinen fetzen Stoff, den der Dingens hatte. Okay, bloß nicht zu viele Dingens.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
Your wristwatch.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended must have been Huffy!
But remember what time did it say?
6 a.m.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
Mein Gott.
No, it's wrong.
Dass immer noch die anderen Dinger da drüber schweben müssen. Leck mich doch am Arsch, ey. Als brauche ich dann die 2 Sekunden da noch.
Is a connection.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered. We've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The equipment room, right?
Which is where Taka was killed.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Well, when you put it like that... No further objections!
Someone used that note to trick Taka. Just the same as me.
Just the same as me.
Culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it?
Stuffed down his pants, no less!
Most likely, Hifumi stole it off Taka's corpse after he died.
Huh? He stole it?
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
I got it! When I searched Taka's body, I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper. If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Yup, they're from the same piece of paper.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from its death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly, which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa. Yeah.
Whoa.
After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure.
Mhm.
In fact,
Warum sollte Hifumi das tun?
the whole thing. In fact, he's still
Chip, Chip,
alive.
hurra! Schönen guten Abend, Chip. Was geht? Was geht ab?
Sorry, no. When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead. The second body discovery announcement proves that.
So then, who killed Hifumi?
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
He was killed in the repository. So he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Nicht mehr viel, bin schon voll müde. Vorhin ein bisschen geschrieben, danach Truck gefahren. Truck gefahren, geil. Bei dir? Auch alles gut. Vorhin schon ein bisschen gestreamt, ein bisschen was Deathloop und dann war ich noch beim Dustin. Und jetzt vor 2 Stunden ungefähr habe ich wieder ein bisschen jetzt halt den Stream angerufen für Danganronpa. Ja, dann wäre es soweit.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together.
Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus!
Who are you calling a walrus?
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right? So if Hifumi was killed in the
Wieder da.
repository...
Oder beziehungsweise WB. WB.
Culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers,
Bin schon durcheinander.
kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it. But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Hi WB again.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
He's right, though. I don't understand it either. The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
Matthias. Ist das der Vorname? Ich habe die Tage nochmal gelesen, ja. Oder die Tage hat es nochmal gesagt, dass nur ja nur der Zweitname ist. Matthias, yes. Doch nicht? Keine Ahnung, wie er heißt. Okay. Hätte aber gepasst wegen Matches. Hätte gepasst. Ihr kennt meinen ersten Namen nicht. Ja, ich auch nicht. Warum? The hammers were already laying.
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Das Matthias Matches. Tja. Halt nicht so Standard. Nicht so Standard wie Thomas. Tut mir leid. Ich gebe mich beschweren bei meinen Eltern, okay? So which hammer was used to attack Celeste?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
Warte. Ja, das durfte ich mir früher oft genug anhören hier mit diesem Tobi. Hier kommt der Genuss. Dann nimmt man die Kochemotion drauf.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Ich dachte immer, das wird Zwieback. Zwieback, hä? Das ist irgendwie 20 Jahre lang kommst du aufs Datenblatt schaut und ich frage, ihre Eltern haben sie gehasst, oder? Fuck. Ja, diese Kochmütze. Okay. Slash Hammer Time.
One thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers.
No, it's wrong.
No.
The murder weapon wasn't a Justice Hammer at all. No, it was something completely different.
But seriously? A different weapon?
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi.
Das ist eigentlich Makoto für den Ultimate, der Ultimate Lucky Student. Weil er so viel Glück hat, dass er hier gelandet ist. Aber eigentlich der ultimative Normalo oder so ist. Keine Ahnung.
If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off.
Da war der saubere Hammer, der da hing. Der frisch gewaschen war.
The repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the
Bei
Justice
der einen
Hammer
weiß man es noch
used
nicht, oder?
those as a basis for their design.
Stimmt, Detektiv. Ja, wahrscheinlich irgendwie sowas. Bei der weiß man es nicht, aber wahrscheinlich irgendwie sowas. Musst du die Frage stellen.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
And whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him.
Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him.
Das war
The
doch
way the
bestimmt Celeste.
graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder. So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
We did talk about it, at least that's what I thought at first, but... Whispered, Waterless Handle. Wird wahrscheinlich nichts von den Sachen sein, die ich brauche.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
Interesting.
That only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one, only the one who actually carried, assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together.
That is, but that only really applies if there's one murder. In this case, however, there were two murders.
Ich mache einfach mal Two Murders auf dieses Impossible.
Even if more than one, only the one who actually carried out the, assuming the rule holds.
Boom. War anscheinend richtig. Wir sind schon gestorben. Wie viel hast du flach gelegt? Ich lege alle flach, weißt du doch.
Since there were two murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering. Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, An accomplice has no
Aber
risk
Dingens, man
to
kann auch
avoid
so,
benefit.
man kann auch so, wenn man will, einen Antrag stellen, von wegen, dass man seinen Namen ändert. Kann man auch so machen. Soweit ich weiß.
Risk versus reward. Benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in a scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that two people could act as each other's accomplices to commit two separate murders.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka. They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating two separate incidents. And it only looked
Das wird
like
schon noch
one
alles.
person because that's how the true killer
Alles wird
designed it to
besser.
look.
Oder so. Aber keine Ahnung.
A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their
Wenn ich
plan.
groß bin.
And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice. Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
That's just awful. How could anyone...
You think so? I can't help but admire it.
Die haben ja mal Voice.
Still, there's
Ja,
also
hallo,
some
im Dings, also in diesem Class Trial haben die zumindest immer Voice. Das ist dann angenehm, da muss ich nicht so viel vorlesen. The effort made to convince us the two murders were the same. That was the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning, which is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidents. Kyoko really is amazing, although when you think about it, she is almost too amazing. Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
Accomplice could be involved, but then who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
Wenn ich Pro bin.
That's problem numero uno right now.
The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions and in the end murdered him. In the debates up until now, the way the case has unfolded, when you consider all that, there's really only one person who seems to fit. Was? Jetzt soll ich sagen, wer der Culprit ist, oder was? Bin ich verwirrt. Aber ich sag immer mal, es ist Celeste.
It was Celeste.
Ah, so I'm the suspicious individual now, am I?
Ich bin mir jetzt, also ich habe jetzt genau, zwar keinen genauen Beweis gerade dafür im Kopf, aber kommt mir einfach die ganze Zeit schon so vor. Macht einmal Kinnhaken, alle sind tot. Ja, die darf ja nicht alle töten. Darf maximal 2 Leute töten.
I really do hate this kind of joke.
A joke? I won.
So what you are saying then is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi. The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him.
Ist ja nicht so, dass die Serie kennt nicht. Ja, aber hier wusste es jetzt echt nicht mehr so. Ich wusste so ein paar Sachen jetzt aus dem Fall noch. Wie zum Beispiel, dass der Hifumi irgendwie nur so getan hat, dass er tot ist. Das wusste ich noch, aber ich wusste nicht mehr, wer noch stirbt und wer der Killer genau ist. Aber die Celeste... Der Fall ist halt schon so aufgerollt, dass hier irgendwas... Die haben sich ja am Anfang in der Mensa getroffen und dann gehen die aus der Mensa raus und das erste, was sie finden, ist Celeste, die am Boden lag. Oh, ich wurde geschlagen. Dann gehen die irgendwo weg. Dann kommt irgendwas und Celeste schreit und ich habe jemanden gefunden. Dann ist wieder irgendwas mit Celeste von wegen ja, ich passe auf Hifumi auf. Oh, sie verlässt den Raum. Oh, Hifumi ist weg. Und sie schreit wieder rum, Hifumi ist weg. Und schreit dann noch rum später irgendwie, ja, hier, da war der Robomann und der ist da und da lang gelaufen, so. Und alles war halt, also sie war an jedem Ort quasi beteiligt irgendwie und das ist halt einfach... Celeste. Nicht Shelast. Shelast ist ein Pokémon. Celeste. 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 Ich sag trotzdem lieber Celeste.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support.
Jetzt wird doch nur unheimlich. Namaste.
It is. Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of
Wer
you
verlässt
were working
wen?
together.
Ja, moin, der Edu. Es geht ab. What is it only Hifumi and Celeste had in common? Encountering suspicious individual.
I got it! The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit.
Ich will auch. Warte, scheiße. Doesn't. Wollte auch aufschreiben. The behavior they had in common. It's the only suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it? Ja. Die gerade Film fertig guckt. So du. Lass mal zusammen Watch Party zusammen gucken. Ja, er so, okay. Nach 10 Minuten. 10 Minuten ist er weggepannt, stark. So ein Mune, kann sich mit Fabi zusammentun. Geil.
The only ones who ever actually saw Robo Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Und dann höre ich nur noch schleichen. Da musst du irgendwas dingens, ey. Wenn du irgendwie was machen kannst, dass der einfach, keine Ahnung. Setzt du dem irgendwie so ein Steuerstörssignal rüber, so ein ganz lautes Piepen oder machst einfach diese hier von Rammstein, du hast so mega laut an. Irgendwie sowas. Irgendwas, um den wenigstens zu verarschen danach. Wenn er schon wegpennt, der Sack. The only ones who ever actually saw Robo Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush. The adults are talking now.
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and
Gerufen.
Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Er konnte sich nicht mehr erinnern, stark.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct? And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
Guck mal, die sagen auch Celeste. Also, was willst du eigentlich? I saw a shadow.
We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
and when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said?
Celeste, what's wrong? That was rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, a strange costumed man. Der ist weggerannt, den Flur runter, bla bla bli blub blub.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
What was that? That came down from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi is in the nurse office. This is bad.
It was to get us to divide into two groups. So that
You guys
discover
chichi?
both bodies at the same time?
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
Then why don't we split up into two groups? Gigi war die Frau von Sokubu, the scribe. Lead the hunting party, that seems much more interesting. Very well. Makoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse office. I will leave the capture of the suspicious individual to Toko, Byakuya and Sakura.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected. And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on. That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it? It was your way of telling him, we're on the third floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
I just realized another strange thing. When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead.
I certainly was not expecting this. I did not imagine that Hifumi would be murdered.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered. You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
Mensch, die Körper so brauchen Schlaf und Sauerstoff zum Überleben. Atmung aussetzen, mehrmals pro Minute. What the fuck?
I don't believe it. Everything. The whole thing was one big act.
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah. I was feeling kind of sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait! Then that was...
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed.
Tante schläft deswegen immer im Muskel. Nee, aber ich frage mich jetzt nur, ob Edu das hat, aber er meinte wohl nur seine Tante, oder? Deswegen war ich jetzt gerade verwirrt. Nicht, dass ich wüsste, ja, okay. Ich habe mir Sorgen gemacht. Ich habe mir Sorgen gemacht um Edu. Ihn spießt.
Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
Celeste.
I have no idea what you mean.
Don't bother trying to deny it. You made one fatal...
Ich glaub dir mal. Hallo?
Oh, did I?
I didn't
Wie,
even
wenn
think
nicht?
it myself when you first said it, but
nie genommen, weil unbequem. Achso, das hast du gerade geschrieben, höllische Schlafapnoe. Das habe ich gerade bei Chip einfach überlesen, sorry. Das habe ich da einfach überlesen. Didn't even catch it myself in the first setting.
I can say that that one little slip up was your undoing.
What are you talking about?
Ja, wegen den
Talking
Dingens.
about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
You must be really
Keine
enjoying
Müdigkeit
this.
vor Schützen und hoppla
Sie
und
Mann.
hoppla.
Was geht
Hoppla und hoppla.
Kommst du denn zu der Ehre, ey?
Dann wechsle ich dann auf Call of the Lamb.
Kommst du denn zu der Ehre?
Hier ist ein Loch! Da war die Stimme weg.
Great Hype.
Da mache ich jetzt einen Clip.
Nein.
Na. Schönen guten Abend. Schönen guten Abend. Dankeschön für den Raid. Don't Starve Together habt ihr gespielt. Wie war's? Wie geht's? Guck mal, der Leon ist auch am Start. Ja, moin. Ja, moin. Hoffe, euch geht's allen gut. Wir spielen hier gerade ein bisschen Danganronpa. So eine Visual Novel. Also viel Gelese und viel Text. Viel Gelese und viel Text. Quasi dasselbe so. Aber ja, wie geht's euch? Hat sehr Spaß gemacht. Das hört man gern. Ist doch schön. Und das ist Chip in Höchstgeschwindigkeit. Ja, ich glaube, wenn Chip weiß, dass Edu oder Dö noch da ist, gibt sich Chip extra viel Mühe. Anfang ist Bigfoot und da war Don't Starve Together gespielt. Bigfoot. Kann man auch ohne Text lesen? Ja, kann man. Gedanken lesen. Ah, Mensch, lass mich in Ruhe. Warum kennst du mich so gut? Großfuß heißt das. Großfuß, ja, Großfuß habe ich auch. Ich habe Dingens, Schuhgröße 49,5. Also ich kenne Bigfoot nicht nur, ich bin Bigfoot. WTF was? WTF was? No kidding. No kidding. Ist ein Mental Fuß. Nicht? Soll ich meine Schuhe holen? Das wäre mir aufgefallen. Könnte eine Minute dauern. Kann man kurz. Warte. Machen wir mal kurz. Kann man das. Weiß nicht, ob man das irgendwie. Kann man das irgendwie so erkennen? Es wird überhaupt nicht scharf, ne? Warte. Aber hier steht euer 50,5 ist hier jetzt sogar. kann mal kurz einmal gucken. Ich bestelle nur noch online. Also im Laden brauchst du nicht gehen. Im Laden brauchst du einfach safe nicht gehen. Das kannst du vergessen. So, warte, ich mache extra mal Blitzlicht. So, das schicke ich jetzt einfach mal in Discord. Upsa. Upsa. So. Können wir eben raustannen? Hallo, danke. So. Warte, seht ihr jetzt gerade gar nicht, ne? Da, hier. UK 15, euer 50,5. Keine Ahnung, CM 34. BR 49, keine Ahnung. Was auch immer. Kann auch nur mal zeigen. Sind große Latschen. Sind große Latschen. Ja, die sind jetzt 50,5 sogar. Die anderen, die ich habe, sind 49,5. Also den habe ich noch einen kleinen Tacken mehr Platz, aber es geht schon. Sind jetzt nicht so krass zu groß oder so. Hast du die Schuhe von deinem Bruder geholt? Nee. Mein Bruder hat kleinere Füße als ich. Der trägt, glaube ich, 47 oder 46 oder so. 49 muss einfach ein Clownschuh sein. Ja, ist echt so. Ich bin jetzt mal 50 an. Was spielt ihr gerade so? Wir spielen gerade. Ich zeige meine Schuhe. So Marmenschuhe gibt's gar nicht. Die Füße sind einfach 32 cm lang. Kann sein. Keine Ahnung. Keine Ahnung. Ja, aber ich bestelle auch echt nur noch online. Und selbst da ist es halt das Problem. Dann klickst du irgendwie hier. Du kannst ja dann auch extra noch filtern von wegen. Nach 49,5 oder so. Und da wird die Auswahl halt auch schon so klein dann wieder. Und ja, das ist mega scheiße manchmal. Mega scheiße manchmal. Ja, und oft auch noch teurer. Ich glaube, das... Keine Ahnung. Aber naja, so ist das. Also ist kein Witz, ich habe große Füße. Aber ja, Yunami, um dich nochmal abzuholen, wir spielen hier gerade Danganronpa. Ist eine Visual Novel, heißt viel lesen. Viel lesen und viel Text, ne? Wie ich es gerade gesagt habe. Ja, wir sind hier in der Schule eingesperrt. Und irgendwie nur einer kommt raus, wenn der einen Mord begeht quasi und nicht erwischt wird. Und man dem nicht auf die Schliche kommt quasi. Und die haben dann immer so ein Gerichtsverfahren quasi, wo die dann nochmal erörtern quasi, wer der Mörder ist. Und hast du nicht gesehen. Ich dachte, ich weiß alles über Nelly. Heute sehe ich ihn mit anderen. Findet Bigfoot, ja. We're going to die. We're going to die. Just like those guys died. Findet Schuhe. Ja, findet Schuhe. Schuhe finden ist schwer. Schuhe finden ist schwer. Was?
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room. Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed, so Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the four of us headed to the
der Vulkane. Was? wollig.
Now, the entire time we were together,
Genau.
none of us said anything about
Meinst du, wie hier von wegen gesteinert, ja, gefiltert durch Vulkanschichten und hast du nicht gesehen, bla, Arsch, blöd. Jetzt werde ich wieder wach, ist immer schön. Ja gut, bleiben wir noch ein bisschen länger wach, ne? All the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Tucker being dead.
Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Ach so, das oder was?
Yeah, I see what
Okay.
you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem.
Ja, Dankeschön für deinen Lurk, Junani. Nemi hat uns alle abgeholt auf dem Schultaxi. Taxi hatten alle Platz, ja. Da können genügend Leute drauf Platz nehmen, ne? Celeste's comment doesn't make any sense. But what is he alluding to? Okay, ich höre jetzt auf. Kein Stress.
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. Shoot! All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said, they must really be enjoying the sight of us. They must be. We are all going to die here.
We are going to die, just like those guys died.
And
Those guys.
That's all it takes to finish what was so strange about Celeste's comment.
Nis? Ist doch die Those Guys gesagt hat, ist halt strange, ja.
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and
they must be.
we are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes.
What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said was, they must really be enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and
They must be.
we are all going to die. We are going to die, just like those guys
Ja,
died.
ich kann halt sagen, das macht keinen Sinn auf sich selbst, ne? Vielleicht hat er das schon mit seinem Verdächtigen vor. Da Celeste. Ja, Celeste lebt noch.
All I said
Noch.
was,
They must really be enjoying the sight of us. They must be. We are all going to.
we are going to die, just like those guys died.
Ich weiß gerade nicht, was ich hier...
All I said was, they must really be enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and
They must.
Oder muss ich einfach machen am Ende Celestes Account?
And that is all.
And that's all it takes.
What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
Nee. Keine Ahnung. Check's gerade nicht. Naja, jetzt bin ich wieder failed, bla bla. Ich will nochmal, ja. Ich habe Angst, dass ich hier mal Nein drücke, ey. Und dann komplett raus aus dem Fall gehe. Das wäre verkackt mies.
all I said was, They must really be enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively ill. We are all going to die. We are going to die. Just like those guys died.
Ich weiß aber nicht, was sie will von mir. Sorry, aber ich check's gerade echt nicht.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die. Just like those guys.
Ja, ich habe ja schon versucht, hier zweimal Those Guys zu machen. Weil das andere macht für mich keinen Sinn. Oder ich... ja, oder ich mach So Strange. Dann mach ich noch So Strange oder das auch Those Guys. Aber... boah, das ist so blödsinnig. Das ist so blödsinnig. Warum kann ich nicht alles so machen, dass ich da sage, ja, Those Guys, dass sie gesagt hat, Those Guys ist das Dumme. Und nicht das Strange ist. Also, ja. Das ist so blödsinnig funktioniert, ja. That's right. There's no reason.
When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations?
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw. Then what about the picture I took? How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
It has to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on. And then she used the camera's timer to set up the picture.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit. Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer. In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away.
Das Kostüm ist einfach leer und er hält es quasi. Also der wird nicht zurückgezogen, sondern der hält es so fest.
If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no other explanation.
Other explanation? If it wasn't a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away, the other possibility is Hifumi is dragging the suspect away.
I got it! It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around. And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Such a thing is utterly impossible.
It's utterly
Hifumi
impossible.
was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
Unless thinks she can prove that there is no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. But is that really possible? Make your argument.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Then the fortune-telling idiot is the culprit after all!
No way!
No way! No, that's not right. There's definitely a contradiction or what.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could...
No, that's wrong.
Oh, diesmal genau direkt richtig. Wow.
No. Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that. Because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
You totally can't bet that the waist seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it. That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
Laughing idiot! What do you mean, checkmate? Celeste? Clearly! You want to cram me into your little guilty box? Well, there's one little problem. Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he was
Yes, his pets. Yasuhiro, who killed me? That's right, I remember the name, Yasuhiro.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not? He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro. In other words, Yasuhiro Hagakure!
Wait, but my name isn't really Yasuhiro. It's actually Taro.
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about?
Das ist ihr echter Name.
Kyoko, what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
I gave everyone nicknames. Nee. Doch nicht.
Think back to how did he refer to each of us?
People's last names?
I got it!
Gibt echte Namen?
Our last names. He called us all by our last names.
Ist der Naigi?
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example.
Es gibt echte Namen. Ja, die mit ihren Celeste Ludenberg. Irgendwas. Celestia Ludenberg.
By chance, indecent?
Don't talk.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation? No. There's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Well, no. Hold on. There there's one person it could apply to.
One person. Wer ist diese one person?
Celeste.
It's
She
Celeste.
never actually told us what her real name is.
What did you just say? To think you take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or
Und Talk.
spit.
Ja, sag mal was Passendes.
Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather. Yasuhiro is a loser's name. Do I look like a loser to you? Well, do I?
Why do I? Die ausrastet.
I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
So, make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up! My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
Celeste still won't give up, so then I have to do something to make her accept. Jetzt kommt wieder die Scheiße-Dingens, oder? Nee.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
How many times do I have to tell you? My name is Celestia Ludenberg! God damn it!
God
How
damn
long
it!
do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict me, that's the only truth there is! Moron!
No way to contradict.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something.
he wanted us to know the killer's last name. If there's one person,
It would have to be you, Celeste.
how many times?
Celestia Ludenberg!
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's and since you have no way.
Falsch!
That's it.
The handbook.
What?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right? Monokuma told us all about it before.
Wenn jemand die ganze Zeit It's wrong! Ja, müssen wir auch mal Dingens hier spielen hier. Phoenix Wright. Und a boot to the head. Objection! This handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it, ja. Okay.
So all we have to do is check her handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
That's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Phoenix Wright steht jetzt noch auf meiner Liste, ja.
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up. Because until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
Fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning.
Oh ne, jetzt kommt die Scheiße.
That'll bring everything to an end.
Jetzt muss ich wieder alles zusammenpuzzeln. Scheiß Dinge hier, ey. Fick dich. Fick die Henne. Da waren Chips auf dem Tisch. Ich weiß es ganz genau. Da waren Chips auf dem Tisch. Comic Crime Time, ja. Nee, die gibt dem irgendwas, ne? Das hier. Weiß ich nicht genau. Geil, Chips. Keine Ahnung. Ich bin mir nicht sicher. Das sieht so aus, als würde die dem irgendwas geben oder so. Aber das macht auch nicht wirklich Sinn. Ach, oder das ist einfach nur Dingens hier, da sein Bild. Keine Ahnung, was hier gerade hin soll. Hier würde ich vielleicht den machen, so quasi. Er kommt rein und er ist so, hä? Und dann muss die Uhr von dem Ding sein. Ja. Das macht auch keinen Sinn. Und keine Ahnung, was hier hin soll gerade. Gar keine. Von rechts nach links? Ja, also gut erkannt. Hier siehst du ja auch noch, dass das 4 ist. Dann hast du da das Blut drauf. Ich verstehe das nicht, wie man von rechts nach links lesen kann. Ja, guck mal, hier ist die Scheiße, oder? Aber da müsste dann 3 liegen, ne? Hier kommt auf jeden Fall das hier hin. Dann kommt hier einfach nochmal der Hammer hin. Ich weiß es nicht. Und nach rechts auf eine... Lese ich auch erst rechts. Das ist eine Schriftrolle. Hast du so oft Schriftrollen in der Hand, Matches, oder... Aber ich hasse es, ich kann gerade einen Satz nicht lesen, weil der genauso... Achso, das hast du geschrieben, sind manche Reihe Dings. Muss ich nicht danach der Reihe machen, ja. Mache ich ja jetzt auch gerade, jetzt auch nicht mehr. Aber manche sind klarer, ja, aber manche auch überhaupt nicht. Zum Beispiel der hier. Die machen die Tür auf, da ist Hifumi. Hifumi hat Aua im Kopf und keine Ahnung. Und hier bei Yasuhiro könnte auch sein, hier von wegen die Uhr hier. Dass es 1 Uhr ist. Und dann kommt der rein. Bei dem bin ich mir auch noch nicht sicher, ob das Richtige ist oder nicht. Ich frage, wie alt bist du? Level 31. Richtiger 31er! Oder soll das hier heißen, da hat er sich halt genommen? Wir versuchen es einfach mal. Mal schauen.
Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person.
Etwas war Hifumi. Okay, war richtig.
Hifumi, with an accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes.
Früher gab's mir Schriftrollen als Bücher. Die Sprachgewohnheiten sind von früher. Ich schon jetzt. Ja, man meint jetzt in Japan, ne? Aber ich dachte jetzt auch so, hä? Dann bist du woanders aufgewachsen, ja. Jedes Kind hatte im Kindergarten seine eigene Schriftrolle bei Matches. Alles wurde in Schriftrollen gemacht. Da gab es dann hier auch nicht, wie hieß, keine Ahnung, in der Schule manchmal gab es so von wegen so Mappen überprüfen, so wie man zum Beispiel für so Geschichte oder sowas so eine Mappe hat. Ja, und bei Matches gab es dann Schriftrollenüberprüfung. Guck mal, das ist auch richtig. Uhrzeit ist richtig. Nice.
First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning.
Ich nehme meine 6 und setze dich, ja. Vater und Großvater sind meine Zeugen.
That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him,
spontane Diktate, ja, manchmal schon, ja.
drugged him, knocked him out,
Verbinde.
and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo-Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro.
Ich rede von den Japanern. Ach, hör doch auf. Red von dir selbst. Kannst dich da jetzt nie mehr rausreden.
They shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker.
Guck mal, bis jetzt alles richtig, Alter. Ich bin so ein Genie, ey.
And then finally,
Superbrain einfach.
they moved into the murder
Wie
phase
viele
of the plan.
Ecken hat ein Quadrat? 8. 4 Ecken außen, 4 Ecken innen.
They called
Easy.
Taka to the equipment room. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder.
The scene of the first murder.
The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. So, next they falsified
Ja, durchaus
2 more
gute
assault
Leistung.
incidents.
Ja, man muss halt andere Sachen ausspielen.
Killers pretended to be the victims,
So
to
ist das.
solidify Robo-Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1 and the Robo-Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story.
Du etwas nicht mit im Kapitel spielen. Hallo, hast du nicht irgendwann auch nochmal gesagt, als du das gespielt hast, hast du auch immer Dingens pro Kapitel 2 Streams quasi gemacht? Hast du irgendwann gesagt, mal? Also erzähl mir nix hier.
This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story. With these two incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order.
Ja, die Streams waren 18 Stunden vorher in den Fällen. Ja, du bist ja auch ein scheiß Suchti.
We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. But
das ist natürlich falsch. Ja, fuck you, ey. Aber bestimmt das Poster, oder? Oder muss ich da Byakuyas Gesicht reinmachen? Erschrocken. Und das andere erscheint mir eigentlich ganz richtig. Obwohl, Justice Hammer 2, das war's, ne? Der liegt ja da dann, wo der angegriffen wurde. Ja, komm. In der Library, ja, Justice Hammer 2. Rüsseln wie ein Elefant. Und hatten ein Hirn wie ein Elefant oder irgendwas. Ich nehme beides, okay.
The suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap.
Einfach um meinen OnlyFans-Account gehen. Gönnt euch, Leute, gönnt euch.
While we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office.
Der Stream hier ist nicht jugendfrei. Ist ja auch ab 18 der Stream, also alles gut. Ich darf auch mal Quatsch machen, ja? Ach, Chantal war es wieder.
And Justice Hammer 3 and turn the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered. He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned, that's what we found.
Sorry für den Nieser. Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi.
Dankeschön. Akt 6.
And Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for.
Oh, lol.
This time, he snuck into the equipment room.
Dieses scheiß Rad, um lauter und leiser zu machen, und irgendwie habe ich das wohl gerade aus Versehen gedreht mit meinem Rücken.
He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository. That explains how each of the bodies disappeared. But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act. Their plan all along was to
Mit
kill
Rücken bringt stabile
Hifumi
Leistung.
and
Ja,
get
was soll
rid
ich
of
machen?
the one person who could betray them.
Wollte das nicht
And
tun.
they did it using an ordinary,
3 Spiele für
everyday
49
hammer
Euro.
from the
Ja.
repository.
Okay.
That should cover everything.
Ja, wenn es
that
nur
happened
Kackspiele
in
sind,
the
dann
case.
ist es schon wieder
Villain
uninteressant.
behind it all is
Celeste. Küssen die sich jetzt?
Celeste. Sorry, you lose.
I lost? I lost? When was the
Jetzt habe ich jetzt irgendwie gerade so ein richtiges Jucken in der Nase. So ein Rach.
They hang heavy around my neck.
Entschuldigen Sie.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor. I, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no. Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
Taiko Yasuhiro.
So, you finally accepted it.
Ja, warum sagt die jetzt ihren Namen? Ist so dumm.
Once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Interesting.
Also jetzt gibt sie zu, dass sie verloren hat. Aber ich frage mich, warum hat sie überhaupt diesen, also dem dummen Hifumi, warum hat sie dem überhaupt ihren scheiß Namen genannt? Den echten. Das ist halt irgendwie so dumm. Das Nasenrad hier ist? Nein. Hallo? Ich dachte schon, man sieht irgendwelche Nasenhaare, jetzt lass mich in Ruhe. Muss ich jetzt so streamen? Ah. Nee, aber so hinten im Rachen. Also, aber es ist durch die scheiß, keine Ahnung. Allergie. Ja, für immer. Und ich stream einfach mit FFP2-Maske. Ich hab gerade keine hier. Das Nasenhaar im Rachen? Nein. Es juckt im Rachen. Keine Nasenhaare im Rachen. What's it gonna be? Wir haben es geschafft, ne? Aber okay, ich hab irgendwie schon echt gedacht, dass jetzt am Ende nochmal diese Scheiße kommen, da mit den Aussagen zerstören, mit dem Rhythmus-Dinge da. Zum Glück nicht, ey. Rachenhaar, GG, nee. Haltet euer Maul, ey. It's basically a formality at this point. But once again, you're totally correct. The black and this time, the true killer who devised the whole stinging scheme was Celestia Ludenberg, or more precisely Taiko Yasuhiro. I lost. Well, that sucks. I guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Bullet Time Battle, BTB, ja. Das kommt hoffentlich nie wieder vor. Sage ich genau in dem Wissen, dass es auf jeden Fall wieder vorkommt. So I really did approach Shifumi with this plan. But how did you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would have happily agreed to commit murder. I'm sure she relied on her specialty, lying. My specialty? Don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree. Then did you do as you know? I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice, I used her. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but it was the one thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into. Yeah, the laptop. Does she mean? Is she talking about alter ego? What are you talking about? Don't interrupt. We are in the middle of a very important conversation. I'm totally out of the loop, as usual. How sad.
In other words.
And you're the one that stole it?
Indeed.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with. Tonlos Lurk? Was? Der Stream hier muss langweilig werden. Wie soll ich einschlafen? Dann frag mich nach Streams. Ich würde ja vorschlagen, du guckst die selber zu, aber es geht leider nicht, ne? Scheiße. Acke, verdammt. Nein. Oder du guckst deine VODs. Oha. Ich mach dir Komplimente, du bist so. Ey, sorry. Mann. Macht doch nur Spaß. Uns alle lieb. Piep, piep, piep. Uns alle lieb. Last night, after we had our meeting about how it disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit. Maybe Bun. What are you doing here?
Actually,
I was hoping I could talk to you alone. It is about what was stolen. I know who did it. What?
are you okay with
It was Taka. He stole it. What? I have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I'd found a use for the digital camera. I taken watched to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it. I deleted the pictures as soon as I'd shown it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
Hier ganz schön frech heute. Beruhigungsboggies. So it was him. But how did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her. You're correct, which is why Taka forced me to seal it. What? Please forgive me, he threatened me. He did? He came to my room last night unannounced, and then it's hard for me even to say he abused me. What? He took pictures. He said if I not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice. That's a crime, an absolute crime. I mean, I knew he'd gone a little crazy, but I never imagined he would go that far. Wärmeflaschen mit Poggies. Simsala blind. Klingt zu verlockend, das muss eine Falle sein. Express how enjoyable that was. I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking kill him. Wait, please. If you go now, you will be playing right into his hands. Huh? Taka's planning to use her to escape. And he has made you his target. Escape? You don't mean? Taka's going to try to kill you. What? And also, he can keep her to himself.
This is unforgivable!
The bastard.
Completely unforgivable!
Bastard. Can we allow him to continue with his barbaric acts? Absolutely no. How could I? I have to save her! And would you like to join with me? It just so happens I have come up with a plan. Huh? I've devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. And with that, it is complete. What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Hifumi agreed without a second thought. The effect that item had on him was remarkable. The power of love, even a love as twisted as that, can still drive people mad, it would seem. You disgust me. I have another question for you. What was that strange costume? Hifumi's creation?
Indeed.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the body too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and the general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that, but it's my fault for picking him in the first place. So why did you decide to make me the suspect? Because you're stupid. That's it?
Let's see.
In that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents though. I feel like I could cry. Sollte mir echt mal eine Wärmeflasche zulegen. Das erinnert sich eigentlich zum Gucken. Was muss ich dosiert gucken? When you were explaining your plan to Hifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead? What she asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that? Assuming you had actually let him live. That's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead, once someone showed up, I told him to say he seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on. Really believed that? Well, of course. That wasn't all there was to it. As I explained it to Hifumi, the plan was, while you were all questioning him about that had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so nobody could doubt him. I told him that, and he believed it. It seems very straightforward, stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
So in the end...
So he had planned to kill him all along. But of course, there would have been no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can human life mean so little to you?
Well...
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
Don't be mean!
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder about that.
He derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that respect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
And what made you take things this far? Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offers? That is a lot of money, it's true. But that's not all there is to it. The moment our new life began here, my only thought has been escape. But all along you've been saying we have to accept living here.
You little bitch!
Obviously that was a lie.
Hey!
I couldn't take it. I hated it from day one. More than anyone else in here. I wanted to get out. Every day was a fresh torture. And do you know why? I want to know why. Because I had a dream. And accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream plan. And there was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing. And it was all for that dream. What was this dream of yours? To live in an European castle. A castle? Live. Together handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butler/bodyguards. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. Once I obtained, I would have created a perfectly aesthetic world of decadence. Living the rest of my life here was my only dream, my only goal. So that's what life is all about. Ai. Hier ist auch bestes Programm. Täglich gucke ich nur neben, wie sie sich jetzt hier einschleimen, ey. Wie Fossili. Combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream reality. I got right to the edge, but unfortunately my dream has been scattered to the wind. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream till the very end, so why would I? You sound so passionate, but you were able to kill your own friends for it. You're asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
Do you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying, and plus, How can we be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why aren't you scared? My ability to lie is unrevealed. And I take pride in that. It's just not just to other people. I can even fool my own emotions. The conscious deceives the unconscious. And that's why you're not scared?
Yes, indeed.
That's right. I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice, then I think I would like to come back as Marie Antoinette. You just get executed again. Hehe. Celeste smiled again. And when she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. Hauptsache rutscht nachher nicht auf unserem Schleim aus. Ich will es nicht hoffen. Ich die Schule gespielt habe. Was Nimia ganz gut. Was? Nimi hat einen ganz guten Halt. She claims she could fool her own feelings, but that statement itself must have been a final lie, and that weak fake smile is what betrayed her. You all done? Okay, let's get it rolling. The black-handed disturbed the peace and must pay the price.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
The ultimate gambler.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time.
I guess I'll let Kyoko.
Was hat man deine Schuhe gezeigt? Ach so.
What?
Keine Ahnung, ich habe mir gar nichts gedacht.
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why, actually, it's not important. Well then,
Take care.
Perhaps we'll meet again in another life.
Punishment time. Ja, das sieht ultra gruselig aus, ey. The Burning of the West Switch. Das wird die verbannt, geil. F. F wie Feuer. F wie finally. Hauptsache. Hauptsache der kranken Feuerwagen, der jetzt einfach da reinbrettert noch. Diese Szenen, ne, so dumm. Der Verband wäre nur schmerzhaft gewesen, das stimmt auf jeden Fall. It's over. The third execution is over. Und da seht ihr jetzt nochmal, wer alles noch lebt. Nicht mehr viele. Nicht mehr viele jetzt. Effie Final Fantasy. Ja, morgen. Also beziehungsweise heute Abend. Celeste is over. Celeste killed my friends, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny at one point I considered her a friend too. So, haben wir mal wieder eine famose Vorstellung, damit bin ich aber auch mal raus. Damages, ne? Kaum wieder ihr vorbei bei Danganronpa ist er schon wieder weg. Ne, aber gut. Geh mal schlafen. Ich wünsche eine gute Nacht. Hauen Sie rein. Danke fürs Reinschauen. Just awful. Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world. And so more people had to die. You guys are still young. You need to place more value on their lives. Jeez. And here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation. What do I care about hope? I'll throw in the trash if you just let me out of here.
Too bad.
You're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. It's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes it is, but that reality just can't be avoided. Jetzt langweilig, wie du schlafen kann. Ich gebe schon mein Bestes hier. Nee, das war's Fegefeuer. Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us? God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So anyway, Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key type object from Celeste?
Hey!
So what's the deal with this? What's the matter?
So then,
I answer your question if you answer mine. What did he do? What did he do to me? What?
Hey.
Answer me. What did he do to my body? Oh man, oh jeez, oh man, oh jeez. What do you mean, what did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. What was that just now? The mastermind did something to Kyoko's body? What does that mean? Okay, things are getting kinda awkward. I think it's about the time I got out of here. Meanwhile, you guys can go enjoying your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. That I'll do anything about it, of course. See ya! Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Darf ich auch singen? Ich halte dich nie auf. Although it wasn't all despair, there was one small hope. Hey Kyoko, Monokuma already mentioned it, but what's that key Celeste gave you? Most likely it's a key to one of the dressing room lockers. What? Then that means Celeste probably hid it in there.
Hey.
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we better go check.
indeed.
Good idea. We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said, I'm going to go alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check with you later.
What?
Why exactly are you going alone? Do you even have to ask? As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know? Then I'll go too.
What?
You? Please let me go. Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention to us. Do whatever you want. Thank you, Byakuya.
Well,
And it's up to you now. I'm gonna go to the dining hall, okay? So Makoto and Kyoko are gonna go together? Does that mean what I think it means? Schlaf, du schlaf, deine Mutter hüt die Schaf. Deine Mutter. Ich weiß noch bei Dingens hier, bei dem Arietta of Spirits. Deine Mutter. Deine Mutter, so gern. Deine Mutter, so gern. Ich hab die Mutter, so gern. Deine Mutter. Good luck, Makoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone. I tried to forget what Hina said. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go?
Well, shall we? Yeah.
So then.
We need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste given her and unlocked the locker. And as the locker swung open, we saw Alter Ego. Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe, thank goodness. I never heard Kyoko sounded so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. I did just what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time. Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow. I'm doing my best, so please wait just a while longer. So now we can officially say this case closed. Ja, habe ich schon gemacht, Chick. As far as the incident is concerned, sure, but can we take a second? Since we have this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Heute macht Nemi nach dem Zocken Just Sleeping Stream. Nee. Ist das nicht Chihiro? Wer ist Chihiro? Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do all on your own here at the school? Was machst du aus? Ich glaube, dauert nicht mehr lange, bis ich ausmache, glaube ich. Ich habe überlegt, ob also Danganronpa würde ich gleich ausmachen, aber ich habe kurz überlegt, ob ich noch ein bisschen Kaizo spielen soll, aber ich weiß nicht so richtig. Is that why you wanted to come here with me? Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know? That just makes me even more worried. Worried? Like what happened during the investigation this time. You disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation. When you do that, it's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too. No, I believe in you. You believe in me? Isn't it obvious people believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. I want you to believe in me too. Because we're friends. I understand. Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then
That's
fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing, where I've been going. You see, what I heard from Kyoko was, well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Right after I told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me a story that was, well, almost unbelievable. I decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own two eyes, so I waited for nighttime to come. And when it did, I went into action. Midnight? 0 Uhr?
Correct.
The boys' bathroom on the second floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor in it. And in the storage closet there, way in the back. She said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet, but could Kyoko really be right about this? Bin verwirrt. So, was passiert denn jetzt hier? Diese Kleine mit den kurzen Haaren. Die gekillt worden ist. Diesen PC ist sie. It's just a normal storage closet as far as I can tell. The secret Kyoko told me about could it really be in here? She said it was way in the back in the storage closet, but I mean seriously? Without thinking, I placed my hand in the back of the storage closet and suddenly, as if I were being janked in. Ein Drehtür. Katschunk. At the same time, as I heard that sound, I fell through the wall. I had no idea what was going on. Ba-boom. I had fallen through the back of the storage closet. Huh? It turned out the back wall was like a revolving door, and I made my way to the other side, just like Kyoko had said.
Correct.
The boys' bathroom. 1 second. What is this? It's a secret room. Though this is a secret room. But what's in here? Anscheinend ein Stuhl. Just a normal desk with normal drawers. There's a bunch of files and what look like a volume after volume yearbook. They are all covered in dust. Looking at everything, one file at the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Hope's Peak Academy student registry. This is the only one thing that you're not covered in dust. Has someone been looking at him recently? I slipped the file into my hand, but before I had a chance to take a look at it, a slip of paper fell out of the file and turned my attention to it. You must not leave. That's kind of weird. I could understand if it said like, I can leave, but you must not leave? What is it? My head feels funny. This strange sensation. It's like a déjà vu. Those words, you must not leave. I've seen them somewhere before, but I can't quite remember. What do I know? What don't I know? A strange sound rang through my head. It felt like I was shaking my brain back and forth, and then darkness. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what started it. It's all over. And with that, I opened my eyes. I didn't know how long it had been. Oh, apparently something hit me, and I lost consciousness. That's all I understood. The dull, throbbing pain in my head proved that much, at least. Tja, alles weg. An empty bookshelf. Huh? Empty? Gone? It's all gone. The yearbooks, the student registry, and even the note that had fallen on the floor. It's all gone. What does that mean? But my brain refused to do any more work. Also 2 Tage oder was? Dauert doch nicht so lange, ein paar Bücher da wegzuschmeißen. And this incessant pain in my head began to spread across the rest of my body. For now, I should go back to my room, get some rest. My body was heavy with pain, my mind heavy with thought. I dragged myself back toward my room. Somehow I made it back to the first floor of the school. The farther I walked, the more I felt. Things are getting blurry. I can't see in front of me. I couldn't stop myself from collapsing right there. And after that... As if from a vast distance I heard a sound. It was faint but undeniable. That sound, it's coming from the gym. As I desperately hauled my shaky frame toward the gym, the sound got stronger and stronger. What's going on? It can't be nothing here in the gym. I didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. The sounds coming from inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. Hauptsache. Before me, there raged a battle beyond anything humanly possible. No one's side's not human, that's for sure, but regardlessly, I couldn't stop staring. I forgot to move or even to breathe.
What do you think you're doing? I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me? This wasn't part of the deal!
The deal?
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Stimmt leider gerade auch nicht, ne? Weil Safti Pause macht. Okay.
But you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? What am I hearing? Hostage? Then could it be the mastermind spy is Sakura? Chapter 3. Next Generation Hero. Stand Tall Galactic Hero. The End. Ja, nur noch 7 Leute übrig. Nur noch 7 Leute. Nee, aber dann machen wir jetzt Schluss für heute hier. Jetzt lässt mich das Spiel hoffentlich speichern. Machen wir Schluss. Wären wir irgendwie, keine Ahnung, vor 4 Uhr früher fertig gewesen oder so, dann hätte ich noch ein bisschen Kaiser gespielt. Aber sonst geht's wieder zu lange. Viel zu lange. Der hat jetzt gespeichert, oder? Wenn nicht, ich kann ja nochmal so speichern. Oh ne, der hat gespeichert, okay. Nein. Halt, stopp. Lass mich das Spiel beenden. Erstmal kein Pokémon. Na, freut euch, es ist 64 Speedrun. ...15 Minuten Zeit zurückspulen. Was? Wie 15 Minuten Zeit zurückspulen? So, legen CD4 ein? Nee. Das wäre ja richtig schlimm. Das wäre ja richtig schlimm. Aber es streamt der David auch noch, ey. Der Typ, ne? Gute Nacht, bin Haya. Gute Nacht, Vivi. Schlaf gut. Guck mal, es sind noch ein paar online hier. Was macht er? Okay. Der hat einfach Mucke. Okay, ihm geht's gut. Ihm geht's gut. Werbung, 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 Werbung. Schimpansi spielt ein bisschen Dark Souls weiter. Ah ja, überall Werbung, ne? Ich hasse es. Richtig schlimm. Werbung, Werbung, Werbung. Mann. Er spielt Slime Rancher. Der gute David. Panjo spielt wieder mit Jaws Mask. Ne, der Schimpansi spielt Dark Souls weiter. Ist gerade in den Untiefen. Und der Dingens spielt ein bisschen. Der Xeno spielt ein bisschen GTA. Habt ihr denn irgendeinen Wunsch, wo ihr hin wollt? Noch? Oh. Oh.
Ja, wurde echt eine ganze Menge geschafft, ey. Nicht schlecht, ey.
Das Spiel ist komplett auf Deutsch.
Ich glaube GTA.
Auch mit Zusammenarbeit mit Microsoft entstanden, aber es ist halt eher ein Indie-Studio.
Wenn er schon sagt, wir haben eine ganze Menge geschafft, ja. Ich wollte gerade sagen, ich glaube, der macht jetzt auch Schluss. Ich glaube, der macht jetzt auch Schluss. Der Xenon. Der macht, glaube ich, jetzt auch Schluss. Komm. Wir streamen, wir raiden mal noch den David. Vielleicht gucke ich da gleich selber noch ein bisschen bei Schimpansi rein. Weil Dark Souls geht auch immer. Ja, raiden wir mit zum David. Ich danke euch dann auf jeden Fall fürs Zuschauen. Hat Spaß gemacht. wieder einen Fall gelöst. Ich muss aber... Ich will mal eben noch gucken. Danganronpa Chapters. Okay, sind anscheinend noch ein paar, ne? Ja, 4, 5 und 6 Epilog. Okay, dauert auf jeden Fall noch ein bisschen. Weil ich habe das Gefühl, so von wegen, so viele Leute sind ja nicht mehr am Leben. Das sind vielleicht bald Ende ist eigentlich, aber anscheinend dauert es noch ein bisschen. Aber müssen wir mal gucken, wenn wir das nächste Mal weiterspielen. Dann werde ich auf jeden Fall die, es gibt ja noch diese freien Tage im Spiel, wo du einfach noch ein bisschen mit den Charakteren quatschen und sowas kannst. Die werde ich dann einfach überspringen, weil sonst dauert mir, also es dauert mir insgesamt eh schon zu lange so. Und das dann halt auch noch zu machen. So ein bisschen blöd. Aber ja, morgen spiele ich dann noch ein bisschen SM64 morgen Abend. Und danach spielen wir was Final Fantasy 9 weiter. Okay. Hau da rein, ich bin raus. Ciao.